is awesome. Yes, we are starting virtual e-commerce summit. I can't hear you.
Woo! Good morning, everyone. Or whatever time it is.
Brilliant. Yes, brilliant. London is in the afternoon. Poland is in the evening. So actually, no, it's still early. Still early. In the afternoon everywhere.
Yes,
so
let's clap, let's dance.
Amazing day today. Virtual e-commerce summit 2021 is here, and we have the most amazing speakers for you today. And Tim is going to be our magician in the background, making sure that everything runs properly while I'm just yapping.
So now to your yapping.
Yapping. So anyway, so we have some amazing sponsors that were up already. We have StreamYard that we are streaming on right now. And then we have Omnisend, email provider for e-commerce. And
hello Woofy.
Hello Woofy, right?
Hello
Woofy, which is social media scheduler, amazing with AI. And we have Wave.video, creating your videos, right?
Wave. Do the wave.
I don't think that's the wave, right? And then we have Miss May King, who is the FOMO queen, and she has helped us promote this event today. So it's very exciting. So I think we should bring on Miss Anita. No, not yet. Right? We can bring her on.
Yes, here we go. Here comes Anita.
Anita Wong, and she is the Instagram and YouTube absolute queen and pro. She knows everything about Instagram and YouTube. And Anita, you are popping in from London, right?
From London in the UK. So it's just after 4 in the UK at the moment. So I'm rocking it from over the pond.
Exactly. Very, very late in the afternoon. It's early for us. I'm so excited to hear about your subject today. You're going to be talking about Instagram and shopping, and this Stefan Kaplan, and shopping and how you can optimize it, right?
Yes, that's right. I'm going to be talking about how you can stand out and sell on Instagram. Yes. And how you can actually do that, and the ways that you can do that on Instagram, because there are quite a few hidden ways that people overlook when they are selling products on Instagram. So I'm gearing it more towards the products, but I will talk a little bit about the service strategy as we go through it, because obviously I sell services, so it's applicable for everybody. But a lot of the core area that I'm going to be talking about is for products, because of the amazing facilities inside Instagram that are available. So yeah. Super exciting.
I have a quick question. Facebook has been changing so much lately. Has Instagram been changing as well?
Yes, Instagram is changing so much. Sorry, the doorbell's going. I don't have to go and answer it. You're okay, but it's very loud. Yes, Instagram has been changing a lot, actually, just because. Can you hear it?
Yes,
someone will get it. Hang on a second. There, done now. They are making it so much easier for people to sell, because I think over the last 18 months, it's been quite a difficult time for everybody worldwide. And with the closing down of the high street shops because of the pandemic and things, it's been really, really difficult for a lot of people to actually get their products out there. So they've been really pushing lots of different ways to actually sell, and lots of different methods of selling. So introduction of course of being able to put shopping tags in a lot of the different elements of Instagram is really, really useful. I would like them to do it for services as well, so that the other part of the entrepreneurial world out there can actually offer their services on there as well, and make it a little bit more visible. But at the moment, they're not done that. But that's fine. You can work around it. There's lots of different strategies to sell your services on Instagram without having to use the product tags. So, and I'll go over that a little bit inside of my talk. I don't want to give too much away. Because,
it's very.
We're ready to go. I've just shared it on a few of my pages. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so we can start. I mean, we'll introduce you with your little image, title card.
Yeah, we can crack on, and then we're at least ahead of time then, aren't you?
Yes.
That's not on my nose.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll be having my hubby popping in every now and again.
Go team. Yes, let's go for it.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So welcome to my talk today. Today, I am going to be talking to you about how to unlock the secrets to using Instagram shopping to sell your products. So thank you very much, Tim, for bringing up my PowerPoint up on the screen. So I'm going to run through all of the slides, and obviously I'll pause it as I'm talking. If you have any questions, drop them in the comments below this video, and I will of course answer them live if they're whilst we're live and I have enough time. If not, I will be watching the seminar or the virtual summit throughout the day up until I probably have to go to bed a bit later, and I'll be able to answer your questions then. You can follow me on Instagram at _Anita_Wong if you would like to follow me there. Otherwise, I will, hang on, jumping too far forward. I'm going to crack on with my slides. So I hope you like my little doggy. I have got a little bit of a passion for dogs and pineapples, as you will learn as we move through this talk. So what are we going to be covering today? Well, we're going to be looking at what is Instagram shopping, your actual sales gateway. So I'm going to explain a little bit about that in a second. Then I'm going to give you 7 strategies that business owners need to do to sell on Instagram. Well, it's recommended that you do them. And then how you can actually yourself unlock those secrets on Instagram shopping. So super excited about what I'm going to share with you today. A little bit about me for those of you who don't know me. I am a digital visibility strategist. I specialize in Instagram, Facebook, and video marketing. And I show you how to bring your business alive online with pineapples. And I will explain the pineapple thing in just a little while. For those that know me, you know that I have pineapples, and it's a really good way of everyone remembering me when they see a pineapple. I am a mum of 4 teenage daughters. I'm an international BMX racer. I'm obviously a little bit older than the teens that you see in the Olympics, so I'm not that level, but I am number 5 at the moment in the 40 plus women's category. And I like to mention that because it's not all about work, it's a little bit of play going on as well. I'm an ex-ICU nurse turned tech queen who simplifies and empowers entrepreneurs to use the digital tools at their fingertips to deliver their message authentically and with confidence. Okay, so let's crack on with number 1. What is Instagram shopping? So Instagram shopping is a set of features across Instagram that lets people shop your photos and videos no matter where they are in the app. So it's a really, really good way of you actually selling your physical products on Instagram using the tools that Instagram have given you. Now, shopping has been intertwined with sellers' content, and I would say it creates a 360-degree experience. It's an all-round experience if you use, well, even if you don't use all of the facilities inside of Instagram, which we're going to go over in a second, but it really does offer a 360-degree experience for you as a seller and as the consumer. 70% of shopping enthusiasts turn to Instagram for product discovery. So it's an absolutely amazing tool. And I say tool because Instagram is a social media platform. So it is a tool that you can use, which is at your fingertips and completely free of charge, to actually put your products out there and to sell. 87% of people say that influence have inspired them to make a purchase. So that's a little clue as to how you can start selling, and I will talk a little bit about that later. But the presence of your products alongside other people, whether it's a paid for or a free presentation, is a really good way of getting your product sold. And I'm going to talk to you about, because all of the things I'm talking about today are actually organic. I'm not going to talk about any of the ads. These are all organic ways of selling products on Instagram. So this is all completely organic. So I wanted to just bring in this little update from Adam Mosseri, who is the head of Instagram. So this update, and it was to do with shopping. So shopping and Reels actually took center stage in the Instagram app in November 2020. So you may have noticed, or you may not, depending on how many hours a day you spend on Instagram, but Reels and shopping took center stage on the Instagram app. So when you actually go into Instagram, instead of having the heart in the main menu at the bottom, we now have Reels and our shopping. So this update represents how young people and creators are using Instagram and engaging with the world, Adam said, head of Instagram. And this year we've seen an explosion in short, entertaining video, which is Reels. And we've also seen more people buying online and looking to creators for shopping recommendations. Now, obviously, that move of buying online probably was pushed a little bit by what we're going through in the world at the moment. But I think that most people spend a lot of time on apps and they spend a lot of time shopping online. So virtual online selling is something that we really need to go into. And I just put a little screenshot of his tweet when he put it out there on November the 12th, 2020. So there's been lots and lots of changes in Instagram over the last 18 to 20 months. So let's talk about your sales gateway. So Instagram as a whole is an amazing tool to actually sell products, but your actual transition into selling on Instagram shopping starts actually in Facebook. So for those, I'm sure you all know, Facebook and Facebook owns Instagram. And when Facebook took over Instagram, we had this massive opportunity to actually move between the two apps seamlessly, especially as a business owner. For those using Instagram and Facebook socially who aren't into business, probably didn't really notice the implications of the actual purchase. But for us that actually sell and use Instagram and Facebook as a business tool, having the two merge was a really good way of exploding our visibility across both platforms if we knew that that was available. So we just want to look at this slide. The customer journey for you as a seller starts inside of your Facebook business page, because inside of your Facebook business page, you have the opportunity to actually sell products inside of your Facebook shop. Now, when you set up a Facebook shop, this actually gives you the opportunity to not only sell on Facebook, but also if you have a deliverable product, you can actually sell on Instagram. So way back when, before Instagram was taken over, we used to be able to list anything on Facebook shops, but now it's only deliverable products. So products that can be delivered to the door, so not digital products. But if you have a deliverable product and you have a website or a portal to sell on, then you can set up a shop and you can apply for Instagram shopping. So that's the first step of your selling gateway. And the second step is actually to stock the shop with your deliverables, with, nice, clean, clear images or videos, and obviously a description and the price. Now, there are 3 ways to sell using Instagram shopping and Facebook shopping, and that's like through Facebook. So I believe the actual Facebook monetary side of things, actually using Facebook to take the money, is only available in the US at the moment. Most of us will sell using the second way, which is where we connect seamlessly our products to our own e-commerce website. And, obviously Veronica is the queen of Shopify. So obviously Shopify is one of those websites that you can use, but obviously WooCommerce and any of the other ones out there, you can actually connect those up. As long as you can put Facebook's coding into the website that you want to sell on, then you'll be able to set this up. So you can't really use it if you don't have access and are able to put the Facebook coding onto your website, because they do need to check that you're working above board and everything's going out well. So then once you've done that, you apply for Instagram shopping. And if everything is in order, then you will be approved. If it's not, they'll tell you what's missing, and then you can go back and check that. Then it brings me down to the second level. So this is the exciting part. So once you do get approved for Instagram shopping, as you can see from this slide, I have like this process. You actually have your ability to put your products on your Instagram account. So I'm using Fist here. This goes into my BMX era. Fist is a company that creates gloves for BMX, and it's also one of our sponsors for the team that I race for. They have an amazing shop, and I will put my hand up, bought products through Instagram using this app, because obviously they are great. You put your pictures up, you can tag, and I'm going to go through that in a second. You can tag these products in lifestyle photos or videos that you use. The consumer, which is us, will then click on that product. And as you can see, you can go and view it. You can actually make the purchase and go right through everything while still in the Instagram app, whether that be through the Facebook shopping experience or through your own website. So it's super, super easy to do and very, very seamless. So that's really, really important, that if you do sell products and you are using Instagram as a marketing tool, to apply for your Instagram shopping, because it's a really good way of you putting your products in front of your buyers. So a little bit about product tags. So product tags allow businesses to highlight products from their catalog in, basically everywhere. Stories, your feed, reels, Instagram TV, Instagram Live. I don't think I've forgotten any of them. Everywhere, basically, you can actually put one of these tags. So I'm just going to see if I can be very clever and just make this a bit bigger. It might not do it. No, it can't. I was going to just bring that little screen up a little bit more. And it's so easy for people to like this picture here. They're sitting down. This is ASOS. They've got the product tag here. You click that and it will actually open up the product for you to actually see and then carry on and purchase. And anybody, not just big brands, but small independent retailers, entrepreneurs can actually use these products, you know, to help you sell. So the 6 places to sell: feed posts. So that's the 9 square grids. In stories. So those are the small little round stories that you see in Instagram that last for 24 hours. You can do that in Reels, and obviously Reels is the short form video, anything between 15 and 30 seconds on Instagram. IGTV is Instagram's version of YouTube, where it's long form video, anything over 60 seconds. And also you can tag your products in Instagram Live. So I think this is only available inside the US as well. So actually tagging products. I mean, I don't have a product to sell on Instagram, so it's very difficult for me to try these things out. But as far as I know, you can actually pre-tag products that you want to sell on Instagram Live, go live and actually talk about the products. So say, like, for instance, I've got this makeup. I could actually be selling this. I could have it as a deliverable. This is deliverable product. You would actually have this product listed in your Instagram shop. You'd be able to tag this product, and when you're talking about it live, like I am now, you'd be able to actually press a little option inside your phone, and it will pull up the product for your viewers to see. They would be able to tick on that product, and they'd be taken to actually buy the product. So super, super easy. And also, not to forget that Instagram has a new guides feature where you can actually put your products into a nice PDF style guide inside of Instagram for people to see your products. So you could group categories together or collections together in that format. Now, the checkout on Instagram is super, super easy. And this is what makes selling on Instagram so easy for not only you as a seller, but for your consumer. If your consumer can actually just click on the product whilst they're looking at your Instagram account, actually seamlessly go through that process and then just relax and it gets delivered. It's so, so easy. So it's really, really cool that you can actually do this type of selling inside of Instagram. Okay, so I've told you what it is and how you can do it. I want to talk to you about 7 strategies you need to be doing to sell on Instagram so that you can fill those shopping bags, just like this little doggy on the picture here. Number 1, you need to know what you're selling and who you're selling it to. So this is where your pineapple essence and your pineapple chunks is essential. So I did tell you that I'd be going over pineapples. Just want to quickly go through what I mean by pineapples. It could be, I'm not going to say it could be anything because it has to be a pineapple. If you went into a shopping market and you were going to go and buy a pineapple, you'd go to the store and you would look at a pineapple and you'd see 10 pineapples in the basket and you would go to choose one. What makes you choose that one pineapple? It's the individual elements of that one pineapple that will make you choose it. So as somebody who sells, every one of us is individual. So don't think that just because you sell a foundation or a concealer and somebody else on Instagram sells a foundation or a concealer, that you won't be able to sell, because what makes you unique is your pineapple essence. So what makes you different from the other person selling this concealer or this foundation? So those are the things that are really super important. Once you've got that right and you actually know who you're selling it to, so who is your target audience and what you're selling, because it's super important to know what you're selling. Obviously, products, it's easy to know what you're selling. You know, that's a concealer. I know I'm going to sell that. So I did say that I would mention about services. So as a service provider, you have to have a clear idea of what you're selling, and you can use the same strategies as I'm discussing now. Obviously, you can't tag a service in the options, but you can definitely drive people to your bio link or your Instagram videos where you can actually put clickable links and drive them to the service page where they can buy your services or sign up for your program or anything like that. So the next slide goes through just identifying what your pineapples are. So take a beauty product for an example. What are the unique elements of that beauty product? So what are the pineapples? And if we stick to 5, it makes it easy for you to actually sell during the week. If you imagine that we've got 7 days of the week, 5 days are core selling days. That's usually the Monday to Friday. And then the for a little bit. So let's just say I'm selling organic, chemical-free products. I'm specializing in reducing acne. I'm specializing in skincare, specializing in beauty products, and they are fragrance-free. Those are the special elements that I'm selling. The audience are people who are really passionate about natural beauty like products. They are environmentally aware. They're probably the age group of millennials. They're geographic. So where are you selling? Are you an international seller or are you a local seller? Because Instagram makes it easy for you to sell when you're local as well. And also if you're looking for, acne remedies. So this is just an example of this particular person and their demographic. So that's their sort of pineapple. So that's the first strategy. Actually know what you're selling, because that's super, super important to know what it is that you're selling online and how and who you're selling it to. That's one strategy that once you've got that clear, it will make everything so much easier for you on Instagram. The second one is to let your fans sell for you by encouraging your followers to share your items in their posts. So like I said at the beginning about influencers, this is free promotion for you as a seller, because if you encourage your fans to sell for you, so for example here we've got Vans. Each one of these examples here are actually members of the public who have bought from people who are actually talking about the product or the service that they've bought, and they are showing it inside of their Instagram accounts and tagging the company, and the company is actually resharing that actual post. So it's really super cool. So here, people actually sell for you. So one of the things that you can do to help them sell for you is to use a branded hashtag inside of your marketing. So if you use a branded hashtag that your buyer will use inside of their post, then it makes it easier, of course, for you to find that branded hashtag as well. So that's strategy number 2. Number 3 is actually to post behind the scenes content inside of your stories and your reels. So the video options inside of your account can be utilized to actually bring your consumer into your business. So whether you've got a studio like this, or whether you have the place where you make your products, or you're making things yourself from home, you'll be able to actually bring them and immerse your consumers into your lifestyle. And in stories and reels, you can tag your products inside of there as well. So super cool way of encouraging people to learn a little bit more about how you started and what you're doing. And here you can see that these are sort of like behind the scenes and taking pictures of where you're working and different things that are happening inside of your shop. All really useful to help people understand a little bit more about what you're doing. Number 4 is to, of course, sell directly through the content with the shoppable Instagram tags. So everything I've been talking about today regarding Instagram shopping, if you have got this enabled, then you can tag your products when you're talking about them. You do have to have a creator or a business account to have the Instagram tags enabled. And, you go through the process, start off in Facebook. When you set up your shop, it will ask you if you want to activate Instagram shopping. It will walk you through those processes. And of course, it makes it so much easier if you can tag your products, because then when you're tagging your products, it doesn't feel like you're selling, because you can actually tag them and talk about them and make them into a lifestyle element, but not actually, say, buy me, buy me, buy me. So as you can see on the first picture here on the left, it's a real lifestyle photo. He's wearing his gloves, eating his burger. He's obviously just been on the skate park, and they've just got that little button at the bottom that says view products. When you click that, it's going to bring up the product, not only the one that's in the photo, but any of the other products in the shop. And then you can go ahead and buy the product by clicking on the item that you have clicked on, which is awesome. The 5th strategy that you can use to help you sell on Instagram is to actually preview upcoming products in your posts to pique interest. So that's a really cool way of really helping you generate activity around your product. So maybe you might have a launch date ahead, and you can really start to tease the products out, and you can actually have the product tags in there as well, which is great. And here's some examples of how you can tease those things out and use different seasons and different occasions throughout the year to help you sell your products, which is awesome. The sixth way is to use Instagram Live, not only to notify users about real-time content, but also to sell during your live using the live tags. So you can actually sell whilst you're live, showing your examples like I just did now with the tag to run Q&As, ask, especially now with Instagram Rooms, because Instagram has just upgraded their Instagram Live to enable you to have 3 other people on the live with you. So you have 4 people in the room. So you can invite your purchasers or your fans to come in and ask questions about your products, or come in and give you, or talk to them about why they your product, what did they think of your product, and all those sorts of things would really, really be useful. And here you can see in Instagram shopping that you can see how it works with the product tagged at the bottom. And the final way is to actually repurpose your live videos or upload videos that you've already done elsewhere about your product to Instagram TV. So maybe you have been sharing pictures of your products on a live stream on YouTube perhaps, or you've gone live on Instagram and you want to actually save the live so that you can actually let people watch it over and over again. You can utilize the Instagram TV element of your Instagram account. So Instagram TV allows you to share your live content and save it into Instagram TV straight after your live, but it also lets you upload video content that you've created elsewhere, as long as it's over 60 seconds, to their platform. And you can also tag products in that and pin products to the point of the video that you want the product to be highlighted. So maybe you might have a 3 or 4 minute video talking about how you made a particular product. You could actually only pin the product tag at the point where you actually make that call to action in your video, so that they can actually really actively buy right there and then inside of your Instagram TV. So those are the different areas that you can actually utilize. And here you see where Skip did this, where they actually did a live and then they actually had the products highlighted, and this is actually a screen share where they actually took it into Instagram TV, and you could actually see it afterwards, where you can actually they kept it, which was really, really. Before I just tell you how you can actually start to sell yourself, just want to see if there's any questions as well. So we'll just run through this and then I'll stop my slide share and we'll go through and see if anyone's got any questions, and whether I've run through that a little bit quick or not, I'm not sure. Okay, so you can start selling on Instagram yourself, and I do have a program which would help you to sell called Instagram Success Programs, and it goes through everything that you need to know about selling on Facebook and Instagram. I've got Facebook, of course, the shopping element that you really need to know about when you go into the shopping product tags, not only on Facebook, but in Instagram especially. And there's 9 modules which are interactive, which cover not only the selling, but also the visibility of Instagram, because it's super, super important that you are visible all the time on Instagram. And you can do that by utilizing all of the different areas inside of Instagram to help you sell. So you could use your feed. So it goes into your feed, how to do stories, how to create Instagram TV, how to use hashtags to stand out and be seen so that you get into the Explore tab, all those sorts of things. And you've also got the stories live and how to use everything. So it's all jam-packed with pineapple goodness, and there is a private Facebook group for you to join in with, and you get all the new updates and strategies. Now, you can buy that just as you want for $9.97, but you can try it free. I've allowed access to up to 7 different lessons in there. So if you want to hop over to my website or copy this link down, you can actually go and try out this for free. Okay, so I want to stop my share now, and we can actually go into just seeing if there's any questions. So I just see Melissa said, can you sell downloadable products on Instagram? Not at the moment, no. So that's the same as downloadable products or services. You can't actually sell inside of Instagram using the shopping tag feature. However, you can sell downloadable products on Instagram. You just have to do it a different way. So, for example, I'll give you a little list of the places that you can actually put an external link into Instagram. So if you remember, like when you look at your Instagram account, we only have that one link option in our bio. You can make that option in your bio go to multiple landing pages. So you could use a tool such as Search My Social or Linktree, or you can, if you are aware of how to use your website, you could actually build a small landing page as well, which offers multiple different choices for your viewer and your purchaser to go to. So they'll click your bio and then they'll be able to say, oh, download my product here, or buy my service here, or book a call with me here so that we can discuss how I can help you in the future. So that's one way, by actually making your one link clickable bio into multiple links, which is super easy to do, and lots of that will help you. The second way is actually to use Instagram TV more. So in Instagram TV, there is the option to put an external link. So for instance, if you were watching a Instagram TV video on someone's channel, it has to be over 60 seconds for it to be up there. But in the description of that video, you can actually put a link which clicks off of Instagram. So that's a really good way of selling downloadable products through your Instagram TV option. So in the description, you can put a link that you click and it will take you to your product. So if you wanted to check out my Instagram account, which is @_Anita_, go to my Instagram TV videos, you'll see that I use them to drive people to my YouTube channel. So I actually do short videos of my long form videos that I do on YouTube, and I add a little link in there, which is super, super awesome. So that's the question. Hopefully that's answered your question that you had. So let's just see if there's any other questions. I'm not sure. I think Tim's been looking at them all, so maybe he might be able to see if there's any more. Let's just see. Please hit. Okay, awesome. So just that one question. I'm not sure what I've got for time, but if you have any questions about using Instagram shopping if you're watching this on the replay, or you're catching up and you're just watching it now, and suddenly a question pops up into your head, then do pop it under this video and I'll be quite happy to answer any of the questions that you might have as you move forward. Okay. So I don't know if Veronica wants to come on, and Tim, yay! Hope that was okay.
Yes. That was absolutely amazing. And you know, every time I listen to you, I learn something else. You know, so there's just so much to learn about all the different tips and tricks about Instagram, Facebook, and any of these, right? So we can't know all of them at the same time. We're trying to get Amanda in to come and pop up as well. But anyway. So thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing. So yes, digital products are available on Facebook, but not on Instagram, right? Did you hear me?
I just saw Stephen's comment about the pineapples and the dogs.
Okay, so I was just asking. So Instagram is not downloadable products, but Facebook can do downloadable products. She's not hearing me.
Yeah.
Anita, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, it went off a little bit.
Okay, so
yes, I can hear you now.
So okay, back. So Instagram, no downloadable products. Can Facebook do downloadable products? No. No, we're still not on. She's going in and out. Tell those girls to stay off the bloody internet.
Yes, that's right.
Right?
Yes.
So our next speaker.
All right. Maybe I'll pop Anita off. We're so thankful for her amazing, so many tips. Oh, there you are, Anita.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Don't know what's happening.
I don't know. You seem to be coming in and out.
Okay.
Every time I ask a question, you bugger off.
Okay, ask it now, quickly.
Okay, quickly. So does Facebook do downloadable products? I know they didn't do it before.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that you used to be able to list services on Facebook before they took over Instagram. And I've seen some people still have their services listed. But I know for a fact that Instagram definitely has to be deliverables. So I think if you haven't applied for Instagram shopping, then you may still be able to sell downloadable products or services on Facebook. But if you have got Instagram shopping, but they will tell you which ones you can use and which ones you can't use. So I think that helps.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's trial and error, I think. And as long as you're visible and you're active, then it will be good.
Yes, I've got my hubby Roy on the boat here, so he is. He's
shout out to my hubby Roy.
I know, right? So can you see Amanda, Tim?
Yes, she is here. She is here.
Brilliant. Okay, so anyway, this has been amazing. Thank you so much, Anita. And remember, we have the networking event tomorrow if you want to join us. Right? It's going to be on Zoom. Oh no, she's disappeared again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There goes London and Anita. She was amazing. I love, you know what? If she has a course, I pop in. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Cool. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You.
And Veronica, we have people watching. We have Stefan Kaplan who's here. Hi, Stefan.
Yes. Hi.
That's
amazing.
Melissa Love is saying the IGTV is a great trick.
I know, right?
Yes, Lisa Marie is saying crazy good. So much, needs to watch that many more times. Anita's presentation. Stefan is saying so much to learn from Anita. That was great. Going to be taking lots of notes. Live streaming. Gremlins are real. And shout out to my hubby Roy. He needs to bring you food and refreshments. Now more than ever, right, Stefan?
I will tell him. Yeah, he's off on the off deck fixing our windows. So on the boat. So I'm on the boat, guys. So I'm on the boat. I'm doing the whole show from our boat. So yes, I'm still dancing. That's brilliant.
That's Andrew Kavanaugh. He was a recent guest on the Tim and Jim show and is amazing at Photoshop and photo editing and all the photo things. So thanks for being here, Andrew.
That's amazing. So we have my most darling, brilliant, amazing daughter-in-law, Amanda Jeans, is going to be popping on. And the two of us are going to be talking about VAs. I would have loved a VA the last 4 or 5 weeks. I mean, seriously, would have loved one. But you can't get one on board like the last minute. So in the man,
I like that you said on board, like on board the boat. Very clever.
Hello, on board the boat. Yes. So she's going to tell us all about VAs, how to employ them, what to do, and when you actually need to get somebody. I definitely need somebody. So let's bring in Amanda.
Yes.
Amanda.
Hi.
Yes, hi. So I was just telling everybody my most amazing, brilliant, awesome daughter-in-law, right?
That's right. That's really what I do.
Yeah, and so we actually work together, which is really unusual in a mother and daughter-in-law situation. But I'm very excited to be talking about the VA thing. I was just telling Tim that I need a VA so badly, but I couldn't bring on somebody the last minute because, you have to teach them what to do, right? So tell us more about what you do.
So I personally have been a freelance VA. For the last, when I quit grad school, I decided I had to do something, right, that could support my lifestyle of being a mom and running around and being the best daughter-in-law that I could be. So, Stefan, no, I'm not on the boat. I'm in my house.
So she's in Houston and I'm on the boat. So, yes.
But we are on the boat often, so we'll probably see them this weekend. So as a means to an end, I became a freelance VA, social media, and anyway, long story short, I've been doing this for about 7 years. And it's now evolved into, I have my own set of clients that I like to put my creative and organizational energy into. And then I have VAs that are part of my network that I help find jobs when I get leads into my pipeline from other small business owners that need a VA. So I take on jobs, but I also have other people that oh yes, sorry, Stefan, virtual assistant.
Yeah, we tend to just use the jargon, right? And people, what? And so tell me
let
why,
me quickly,
yeah, yes.
I'll define virtual assistant. What that actually means is,
yes, I think that's a great idea.
Yes, someone who is working for you as your support team, your support staff. They work remotely 98% of the time, but I do see a lot of my clients in person maybe once every 2 weeks if they're local. But generally, we do all of our work from our home or another office or something like that. So it is a support staff that works remotely.
And Julie's, so this is my question as well. Although I do know, so what tasks would a VA do? And it's not really just you can use them for social media as well, but you have to control the social media. So what tasks would a VA do?
Since I've been doing this for so long, I myself personally do everything. I don't say no to anything, but let's pretend you're hiring a VA that's in my agency and she's maybe just starting out or has about a year of experience or something like that. So generally we start small and go bigger. So we'll start with things like email organization, scheduling, calendar organization. Let's say you do have social media tasks. We typically tend to, be the last line of defense. So we can do the posting if you've got all the assets, all of the kind of shuffling around in your planner, data entry, creating documents, anything a normal administrative assistant or executive assistant or secretary or whatever term we're using these days would do in-house. They can typically do that for you. And one of the recent things that have come up across my desk is people like therapists wanting phone work. And generally most VAs out there say no to phone work, but I do actually have VAs that will do phone work specifically for you. So phone work, what else? Really the sky is the limit. I mean, there's really no, and it does depend on that VA's certain skill set. I tend to be a Jane of all trades, but somebody else might be more apt to do, only customer service or marketing or editing or something like that.
So I know that a VA can help for instance, in an online store, she can handle the orders. She can, print out the labels, make sure that gets off. So you don't have to do any of that. Schedule the emails, and obviously,
that's right.
So you actually determine what they do. If you have customers, and then you determine what skill sets they do, so they will do that for the customer, right? Oops.
Yes. So basically, I vet all of my VAs, and so they go through a screening process, and I ask questions like, what kind of tasks bring you joy? Why do you want to work in a remote, flexible environment? What is your why? So I like to get a little deep and find out what their motivation is. And then that way, and then I find out a little bit about their background, their schooling, their other, personality traits. I often ask what their Enneagram type is so that I can truly fit a VA to the small business owner or solopreneur based on what they're good at and what that person wants.
Yes. Absolutely. So for instance, for my virtual summit, a VA would have been able to schedule all my emails to make sure all my graphics were done, right? Because
that's right.
I've already established the brand and everything, but all those little tasks kept me busy all the time, right? And then so would you actually have a VA would have a system in place? Would they have a system in place if you just hired a VA without your assistance? Or would you have to actually tell them? Yes.
That's a good question. When you're looking for a VA, there's two ways to kind of find that person. You can ask personal friends and family, ask other colleagues. They might refer you to someone that's a freelancer, or you can go through an agency, which would be typically like mine. If you hire out individually, by referral, you'll get their system, but they will also should be open to your system. So you kind of collaborate. And generally when I was just a freelancer and taking on different clients, I would ask them, do you prefer me to come up with our processes, or do you have them already in place? We don't want to reinvent the wheel, and we don't want to make things more complicated, because the VA is there to help. So I generally just feel out the client and everybody's individual needs. Now, when you come on to an agency like mine, you're hiring someone that already has my experience and my knowledge of like what kind of systems work best. And we kind of have a little more push on me saying, here's the strategy, let's get this process going. And you have access to all my project management tools and things like that. So it just depends on how you find your VA and how collaborative you want to be.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, there's a whole list of things you can make sure that that VAs can actually do, right? I mean, as you were mentioning emails, I mean, just going through my emails drives me absolutely nuts. So they would actually have access to my emails, my company emails, and organize them, answer them, make sure that I then schedule it for me. If it's a personal email, schedule it for me to actually do something. So Lisa Marie is a lecturer in Poland, a Polish college, where I'm lecturing as well every Tuesday. And so, for instance, they sent me a request saying, hey, you need to mail this paperwork out. And I haven't done it yet. So a VA would be able to do that, right?
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Well, and let me go back. And Lisa, I'll answer your question in just a second. I lost the train of thought. Hang on. What were we talking about? Okay, let me answer, Lisa. On pricing. So again, I myself am I work very collaboratively. So I tend to have a feel for what the client needs, and I kind of work within their budget. I work within their the way they like to pay people. So I do offer retainers. And if somebody wants to do a retainer, it's a discounted rate. And then I have an hourly rate. So I usually give them both quotes. So they say, here's what I'm wanting. And I say, okay, if we do hourly, this is your hourly rate. And this would be your total. If you want to do a retainer, I will discount that hourly rate and give you a retainer discount. So I have clients that are hourly. I have clients that are retainer. It really truly depends on what's going to work best for the client. I don't have any say in that myself. So I truly like to be as flexible as I can.
So, and I know, most people, a lot of people have like VAs in the Philippines who are very, very capable. But then again, you're dealing with the overseas aspect, the hours that you can't talk to them because they're literally on the other side of the world, which means that you're either talking to them extremely early or very late. And also is that control, right? You have to have control with whatever you're giving to your VA. And so with your agency, I do know that, right? That you have that project management before the VA. So you do the project management part of what your client wants.
Yes, that's a good point. If someone comes to me, what they're really getting is not just the VA, but I'm the project manager of my VA. So they kind of get this double tier service of a project manager in the background, making sure things go smoothly, but then you have an executioner executing the tasks, which is the VA. And that's what I love to do. I truly love to guide and strategize and pump people up and have a great team. To your point about having yes, go ahead.
So if you have a VA you have to tell the VA what to do, right? Not you specifically, but as a business owner. So if I hired a VA, I would have to tell them what to do. Hey, I want you to do this task. Hey, I want you to do this task now. Or would they be able to manage that?
So basically, that's a really great question. And that's probably one of the biggest questions I get, apart from price and cost and things like that, which I'll kind of go into a little bit more about why having a VA is a cost saver. But to that point, it's a dynamic relationship. So in the beginning, we have a 2-week period of time where we're getting to know each other. We're like dating, right? You kind of have to. I know that's a thing you say, Veronica. We're dating. We're getting to know each other.
Exactly. Because you're creating that relationship with your VA, a very, very close relationship.
Yes, absolutely. Because the biggest key with having a remote worker is what? Communication.
Yes.
Okay. So you have to talk. You have to be open to thinking in a different way. It's not easy to go from what your system was in your head as a single or small business owner and getting it to your VA. So here's the process. 2 weeks, you kind of onboard, you get to know each other, you have some strategy meetings, you talk it out. I always start with, what are your 3 number 1 headaches? That if somebody could take that off your plate and it would make you feel lighter, what are those 3 things? Then you give those 3 things to your VA in the first 2 weeks, and they will work on those 3 things. And then you add things as you go on. And then after about 3 months, in the 3 to 6 months range, you'll start to see a shift. You'll start to see that VA expecting what you need, asking you for things before you've had a chance to tell them you need it. You'll start to see this like symbiote, like this relationship kind of move forward in a much more organic, natural way. It does take time, like anything else we talk about with Veronica. Takes time, but you can get there as long as you just keep an open mind and you have patience and communication.
Yeah, and so yes, coming back to that relationship that you have with your VA is a very, very close relationship, because they have to understand and get the stuff in your head and actually execute them. And I'm very bad. You know what I'm like. I've got it in my head, they get it out of my head, and then you have to speak my language, as Brian would say as well, right? So it's that getting those ideas out of your head, and then if you have somebody that is actually going to work with you in that capacity, you want them to, and I know there's a big word here, you want them to anticipate, right? You want them to anticipate and say, hey, should I do this for you? Because this is coming up. Can I fix this? Because a lot of times you can hire and say, hey, I had a recruiting company, so I know about hiring and trying to fit into a slot. But in that position, I had an amazing VA, my best friend. Now I've got you, but she was my VA in the recruiting company, and I didn't have to organize anything. She would organize my trips, my hotel, my taxi. I would get on the plane with nothing, with a folder in my hand. This was before the internet, right? So or before major internet. But so with a folder in my hand, no GPS maps or anything like that. Get off the plane and say, and she'll call me and say, there's a taxi right in the front door. This is what the number is. This is what you need to get. I would be able to get to my hotel. My appointment is already scheduled, right? I've got my presentation ready, right? And that's what I'm talking about. But also, the point is, you can get a cheap VA and you can get a little bit middle VA, and then you can get a high class VA, right? Which means that you get what you pay for. And that's what people need to remember. It's not the cheapness, is the quality of service you get, right?
You're right. And let me tell you, so I do work with VAs that are in the US, so we're all in the one of 4 time zones. But I do have a couple VAs that I work with actually in India And I use them personally because I actually feel a sense of those, and I work mostly with women. I do feel a sense of like, I want to help them too. Their rates are so cheap. I end up paying them double what they're asking because they have families. They're in a different type, of environment. So I do also have VAs that are in other parts of the world simply because I feel that they deserve a chance as well. So, but for the primary clients that I serve here in my agency, I do have mostly US based because of timing. Mostly.
So how do you, how do you class, what is the level of quality that you have from overseas?
So for overseas, I generally like to do things or give them tasks that are easily doable overnight, right? So nothing super timed. So for example, I have Priya. She's a VA in India. She schedules a lot of the social media because she can do that in her time zone without it affecting things going on in our time zone. So lots of, I had her build a email funnel in a document, and I just gave her 3 days. I said, here's send it back to me when it's done. And she did it in like a day and a half, and it was great, So non-time sensitive things I tend, for my personal business, I give to my overseas VAs. But most, clients need someone there daily, on the phone, in the email inbox.
Yes.
And so most of those are US based.
Yeah. So I like to mention the email sales funnel. So did she set it up, or did you tell her what to do?
I told her what to do. So I'm a strategist as well, a marketing strategist. So I said, here's how we're going to do it. I just need you to execute so I can not think about it anymore. So there's a good example of a task. I've set out what I want it to say, how I want it to flow, but I need her to flesh it out in a document so that I can load it in to ActiveCampaign, or she can also load it into ActiveCampaign too.
Or would you give her the whole the content of the email as well?
And that's, you can. I do with her, but other VAs that I have that have marketing experience, I actually let them take the first draft of the email, and then I go through and edit it and make it more me, and then I give it back and they load it into ActiveCampaign.
Okay, cool. So yes, I mean, so you have access to all their accounts and whatever they're doing. I'm doing a little bit. I would suppose I would call me a VA for my sculpture client, because I actually do the shipping and packing for them.
That's right.
Only because they're stuck in Zimbabwe. I never thought of myself like that, but they're stuck in Zimbabwe, so I'm running the store for them. But that a VA could do as well. Okay, she wouldn't be able to do the physical packing, but she could create that label in the shipping, make sure it's fulfilled, make sure that email is sent to UPS where they print it out, and all you have to do is deliver the packaging, right? And then also do the customer service that's very necessary for the business as well. And what about answering the chats and that type of thing? Yeah.
Absolutely. You can give that task to any VA, and you just basically say, this time of day for 20 minutes, I need you to be on chat, and you kind of set up this recurring task. So there's really not much. And here's an example of the shipping thing. I have a client that I've had for 3 years, and he does a personalized gift at the end of his project to the client. I go on, I order the gift, I have it shipped to me, I repack it, I put a handwritten note in it, and then I pack it up and I send it. So once his project's over, he doesn't have to think about that last part. So really, the VA carries everything over the finish line.
So tell me about, so for instance, Russ was saying that he needs you. So Anita says she needs a VA too. So for instance, they have lives, right? And I know you had a client that had lives, that had webinars. So tell us what you organized for them as well, because that was absolutely amazing. And you got such a good system.
So one of my longtime clients, he was probably my first real client. So we've been together 4 years, 5 years at this point. He does evergreen webinars. He does live webinars. He does lots of funnels and all the marketing thing. He's a therapist, website designer. His name is Daniel Fava from Private Practice Elevation. So if you ever want to see his awesome website, go there. I basically in the process, so what he does is he'll set up his webinar. If he needs any editing, I'll go in and edit anything he needs. I can, I do some video editing as well. I will also put the webinar into his platform, the Evergreen platform, make sure everything's scheduled, make sure all the alerts have gone out. And but let me use him as an example of a great client. He actually sets up processes on his end that he's documented so that any VA could come in and follow those processes.
Which is a fabulous idea, yes.
Yeah, his brain thinks that way, so not everybody has to do that, obviously. And a VA can certainly help you get those processes in place. And we have an SOP document. So anytime I need to go in and do something and I can't remember the steps, I just go to my SOP document, look up what he's put in, and there's this whole process set in. So that's something that a VA can help you build if it's not something you're already doing. Because here's the thing, you might hire a VA, but they might not be forever. And you might have somebody else come in, or they go on vacation because we have things too, and then you need to follow a process. So I definitely think there's something to having a process of your own and involving the VA as well.
Exactly. Or if you have a VA help you create a process,
absolutely,
you can then just hand over to the next VA. Because as you said, you know, employees come and they go, vendors come and they go. Life happens and they move on. They might get into better positions or whatever, and they might get into permanent positions. So whatever. So having that process, and so what's the SOP?
SOP is standard operating procedure. So anytime anybody can look at that standard operating procedure. And I've actually been thinking that I'm going to start offering, or at least suggesting and recommending, that when people sign on to my agency, we've got to, I think I'm going to say it's a requirement to have an SOP. A standard operating procedure.
Yes.
I've got a great program that we can use. So
that SOP is literally what any small business owner should have to grow your business, because if you're growing, you have to eventually get people coming in, you know, whether it's graphic designers and social media person. So you have every single position starting to flesh out, and then putting in exactly what they need to do. Right, they have to use the programs. This is how to get into the programs. These are the steps, and So I mean, that's what I used to suggest to companies when they employ people, because they go, okay, so what do I do now? It's like, don't you have a SOP? And right down to, hey, you know, if they come into your office, you want to really know, okay, they're getting dressed the way I want them to get dressed, not the way they want to get dressed, right? So that's what a standard operation procedure is as well for personnel.
That's right. Yep. So I do want to bring up one point, because I know everybody, and this is always on everybody's mind, so I'm going to be really transparent about it. Why is having a VA better than having, a remote VA, so virtual assistant, better than having an in-house staff position? So obviously overhead, number one. You're not paying for insurance, you're not paying for time spent around the water cooler, you're not paying for 8 hours a day when they're truly working 2 to 4 hours a day. Exactly. So you really get a huge cost savings, and they're freelancers, so everything that they do is taken care of by myself or them as far as taxes are concerned. You're strictly just paying a contractor, which is really nice. When you have a VA doing work for you, you're really only paying for the work that they're doing.
Yes.
In my agency, we don't round up. We don't pad the hours. We strictly just time keep, and you get what you get. And a lot of times people come to me and they say, man, I think I need a VA for 20 hours a week. You know, I'm just, I need it, 20 hours a week. But guess what? You generally get that VA for about 10 hours a week. And so you already off the bat are saving money that you already thought you couldn't afford a VA. A lot of people say, I can't afford help. I can't afford help. Yes, you can. I also don't make, I don't have minimums. So if you need a VA for 2 hours, you can get a VA for 2 hours. I'm not picky about that, because I truly believe that these small businesses and solopreneurs need help, and I'm here to do that. I have one client who she pays me in 5-hour blocks of time to do her email. Seriously. That's it. And then she just pays every time her invoice runs up. She repays, and then I'll hop back in her email and I organize it, and that's that. Okay, we have a question. No, that's a good question. The processes that we employ and help you guys with are truly, what's the word I'm looking for? Like turnkey, like the things that, you know, for an example, let's say your VA needs to post something and you're using a software program. She needs a process that says, step 1, go to Smarter Queue. Step 2, click on create content. Step 3, load the picture, create the caption, make sure to include the hashtags from the snippets, schedule 2 days in advance, and then click on evergreen. So it really more of those practical, like mechanical steps versus innovation and creativity. That's where you invite your VA to get creative on, you know, methods and strategies that you're using to create your marketing plan or your email plan or something like that. And then you would basically meet with that person regularly.
Oh, the jeans ladies are amazing. So I've got 2 daughters.
Okay, yeah.
And they're amazing, right? They're amazing. So I know I love what Sergey said as well. Is I had people in my company that I had sales ladies, and I had my VA who also did sales. But you use your VA to the capability of what she can do, because guess the skills are in the jeans. Oh yes, baby. Oh yes.
Yep.
So you use your VA to the capability that she can work at. Some people are not creative, right? Some people are more process oriented. And that's where you have to determine, when the 2 weeks, you give your VA a task, as Amanda says, and you make sure that she can complete the task to your satisfaction. If she cannot, then she cannot work with processors. She's got no logical brain. So maybe she is more creative, where you say, okay, I need these images created, and see what she does, right, Amanda?
Yep, and that's a really good point. And this is why I like to step in as the kind of starting point for hiring a VA, because if you have your cousin's best friend's mom's dog is a VA, you know, you could get into this, you know, and she just does it on very random, intervals, or doesn't have much training. You're going to get to that point where you're like, okay, the dog that wanted to be a VA, he's gone, went on summer break, didn't tell you. But when you have somebody with experience like myself, you will get that kind of formal process of hiring a VA, and they've been vetted, and you. So when you hire with me or an agency, I don't know about other agencies, but you get me and the VA. So that's how I always sell it. You get 2 people essentially in your court. Even though you're only paying 1, you get me in your court as well.
Exactly, and that's what happened with my recruiting agency, which I do not have anymore, by the way. But it was the same thing. If you hire a recruiting agency to actually find somebody for you, they will make sure, like Amanda does, is that they suit whatever you want. You can find somebody by yourself, and then you can interview people for 20 people. You still don't know whether you're getting the right person or not. I talk to Claudia every single day, and they're hiring people in, and there's like 20 people. 1 or 2 get hired, and then 1 they fire again, so they've got 1 person.
Yeah.
And so it's like I want to say a crapshoot, right? Because it literally is, because as an entrepreneur, you do not have the knowledge to actually vet people. So going through an agency to get that person is so worth the money,
Well, and it's not even that you don't know how. You don't have the capacity. You don't want to have to think about that person that's helping you. And you, obviously, time is money. And so you can't spend all this time train. And that's another thing I get a question about is training. So I typically do, on my end, train my VAs the way that I've taught myself. And it's, proven. I have very long-term VAs that have stuck around. Not VAs, clients. So I've even had clients leave thinking the grass was, greener, and then come back and said, no, the grass isn't greener because you do it well. Not to toot my own horn, but it's truly, you have to think about the experience of the VA and what they bring to the table, because it's your livelihood, it's your business, it's your project, it's your innovation, it's your invention. So you have to handle it with care. And whenever I have a client or I have a VA take on a client, we are considered part of that team.
Oh, yeah. Amanda is part of my team and part of so if I get a client in that needs anything, I'll push it all the way to the side. All the way to the side. It's like, I don't do social. I don't do any of that stuff. That's process oriented. And also you got to do research. So even with social, you have to do your research and Lisa will know, she does social media lecturing. Okay, but just I can't picture what I would get paid or pay with an hourly or on a retainer when writing social media posts or researching SEO keywords. Yes.
Yeah, that's true. So basically, I do those kinds of things for my clients. I typically say, if you need social media posting or SEO work, I do lump that into, you have to pay this amount of money per month for that add-on, basically. So, for instance,
that's a specialized. That's really specialized. Yeah.
Yes. And if I have a VA that can do that, I will certainly make sure that they are in your court, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can get social media marketers that can help you do your social media, and also, you can get people that do your SEO keywords. By the way, Lisa, remember what I said? No SEO keywords, SEO phrases, keyword phrases, right? And content. So you have to have somebody that can create that content for you, and that's what I struggle with all the time. In fact, Amanda does my blogs as well. So I put my ideas down, boom, 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 and I do them mostly in bullet points. She does the research,
and then I'll flesh it out.
Yeah, and I put all my ideas down, and she fleshes it out, finds the image, and pops it out. So all I have to do is get it out there. The only thing you didn't help me with was my book, right?
Yeah, that's true. I
know, right?
Well,
and
one
that
more
you
point
can do
for
as well.
Lisa. Yeah, absolutely. One more point for Lisa. Not to confuse anybody, but I also have a team of people that work on SEO and social media. So I am a unicorn in this industry in that I can do some of those more specialized things because I have the resources and the capability to do it. You won't always find that with a VA agency. I know Belay is the biggest VA agency out there. They can also get you a great VA. However, they're pretty expensive. They have minimums. You have to buy in bulk your hours.
Yes.
And also you may not get a marketing specialist VA as well. So anyway, I just wanted to, but that was a great question, Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah. So I know that just getting an SEO specialist, and Amit is going to be on, so we better finish off now. I know the SEO specialist is base price is $750. Lisa, connect with Amanda. She will actually help you create your own little agency. This is how generous she is. So, and I do know Lisa, she's in my group. Okay, so thank you so much for popping in, my darling. I will see you soon. Bye. And we have the next speaker. That was amazing. I mean, we had a lot of questions pop up, and it was very interesting. We can talk about that all day long, right? How to hire somebody. Okay, so we have Amit Metha going to pop in, and he's going to be talking about customer retention. And so he's from one of our sponsors, Omnisend, which is a email marketing software, and it is absolutely amazing because they do mainly e-commerce, so they have these automations already set up for products and everything. It's just unbelievable. I've been playing in it, and I've been popping it in for my customers on Shopify. It is unbelievable. Anyway, let's bring him on so we can chat to him before he does his. Hey, Amit.
Hello, Amit.
Hey guys. I guess, Veronica, do I really need to do a presentation? You just sold Omnisend to the group. I'll just give everyone back 25 minutes of their time, right?
No. You're not getting out of it because I want to learn some more. There's always something else to do, right? There's always something else to do. So yes, definitely. I'm so happy. Is it cold there? You're up north, right?
No, I'm actually in Southern California. I'm in Palm Springs right now. I normally live in Orange County to the audience, but it was spring break out here in California. The kids were, jumping off the walls. So we headed out to Palm Springs. So we're out here. They just finished their swimming. They're with their moms. And so I said, hey, what better to spend 30 minutes to talk to a great audience in regards about e-commerce marketing. So I really appreciate. Can you guys see my screen? I want to make sure you guys are able to see the presentation.
Yep. Let's see here. Yes, cool. Here we go. Perfect. So I'm very, very excited to hear what you're going to say. So I'll check out because I want to go get some tea. Okay.
Definitely. Perfect. Well, thanks, Veronica. Thanks, Tim. Thanks for everybody who's joining us today. Again, I really appreciate you guys taking time out of your weekends to learn more about e-commerce. And again, it's a really great event that Veronica has put together. So very honored to be here. So on a 30-second pitch, obviously, my name is Amit Metha. I am with Omnisend. And so the elevator pitch of who we are at Omnisend, and Veronica did a great job of it, was that we are a omnichannel marketing automation platform that is designed to help nimble e-commerce retailers, like many in our audience, to utilize email, SMS, web push notification, Google customer match, and Facebook custom audiences all into one single platform. So really helping you guys consolidate your tech stack. And what I'd like to say, have you guys have a single source of truth when it's all said and done. A little bit more about who we are at Omnisend. We were founded back in 2014, and we're now a team of over 130 e-commerce enthusiasts, as I like to say. We have offices in the US, the UK, Lithuania as well. And we actually are a bootstrapped organization, which means that we've taken no external funding whatsoever to build out our product. So we've seen 200% growth year over year. And I think at the end of the day, with not having any external funding, our customer success is our success when it's all said and done. So when I sat down with Veronica, she had asked me about like, hey, Amit, what could we talk about for the e-commerce merchants that are on this call? And so really one of the things what we say at Omnisend is omnichannel is the way to go. Then we wanted to maybe provide you guys some examples of following the customer journey of how you can, from the acquisition standpoint, all the way down to the post-purchase standpoint. And then finally, how to think beyond a single channel marketing theme. So I know when we talk about omnichannel marketing, it can sound scary, but it doesn't have to be. I think the one thing that we should realize is that the customer journey is no longer a linear experience. So marketers need to touch their customers in multiple points in the buying cycle. And so that doesn't mean that you as a marketer have to be everywhere or that you're going to have to invest in 20 different channels. but rather really focus on creating highly personalized and engaging messaging relevant to your customers. So what is the state of the current world we live in? So I think we all can speak for ourselves that as an online shopper, we're lost in a lot of promotional noises. So I'm sure every morning when we wake up and we look at our personal email account, we are going to see tons and tons of emails in regards of just selling us products. And so what's unfortunately occurred in this format is that it's forced a lot of retailers to really create some generic all-in one-for-all messaging. And I think it's no longer winning the attention of customers because it's not really speaking to us. It's not highly personalized. So I think what's occurring is that e-commerce marketers are struggling to create relevant and engaging messaging. So obviously we're not having that point where the customer is bought in. It's hard to gain customer loyalty. So ultimately it's affecting a lot of our e-commerce retailers' bottom lines. So this is where omni-channel automation or omni-channel marketing can come into play. So I think historically what a lot of brands have done is that they've actually operated in multiple channels, trying to catch the customer wherever he or she may be in the buying cycle. But what omni-channel marketing does, because it requires other channels like email, SMS, web push notification, it understands the fact that the customer could start their journey with your company or your brand in email and getting correspondence in email, but then maybe wanting to get it in SMS, and then maybe wanting to get it from web push notification. So ultimately, it takes into account that the customer could start from email, then jump to SMS, and then ultimately may make a purchase back to email or to web push notification. So by doing this, being able to interact with the customer in the preferred channels that they have, you create really a unique personalized experience. And what I'd like to sum that up as sending the right message at the right time via the right channel. So when we look at merchants that are actually doing this and really effectively, you can see the exponential growth that they're seeing. They're seeing about a 250% higher conversion rate and engagement rate when they're up in their workflows. They're putting more than 3 channels in there. So again, really making sure that we're getting in front of the customer, because all of these channels in an omni-channel approach are opted-in channels. So therefore, that customer has said, I want to receive this information through this specific channel. So there's ways to do that. So let's talk about the customer journey as we have some time here. So when we look at the customer journey as a whole, I think that a lot of merchants or a lot of e-commerce retailers believe that the concept of retention of a customer starts when the customer actually buys a product. But in many ways, the idea of customer retention, I think, actually starts when the customer provides you a piece of information, whether that be their email address, whether that be their phone number, whether that be another piece of information. That's when the customer retention model starts, because they've given you a piece of information and now it's your turn to actually convert those. So let's look at the customer journey. So today we're gonna look at customer journeys going from the visitor stage, the subscriber stage, the shopper stage, the buyer, and the repeat buyer. And within that, we're gonna show all this omni-channel approach that you can do. So for many on this part of the summit today, who's in the audience, the first thing I would suggest from an omni-channel perspective is to add SMS immediately on the acquisition side. So again, I know that many of you guys on your e-commerce sites probably have a pop-up where you're collecting their email address, or maybe it's a form, or maybe it's a widget that you have where it's a self sign up right then and there. But what I would suggest is that you should add SMS immediately in that acquisition strategy. And the reason being is that SMS is a trusted opt-in channel, and it can be actually a standalone channel for a lot of marketers. But we at Omnisend believe that SMS can be actually more of a complementary channel when you're acquiring that email address. So I would say start collecting SMS early on in your pop-up or your acquisition form. And the reason why I say that is that historically, a lot of merchants or e-commerce retailers have said, well, I don't have an SMS program, so there's no need to collect email addresses. Once I launch that program, I'll start collecting. I'm sorry, I think I said email addresses. What I meant to say, SMS or phone numbers. So what I would suggest is not waiting until you're ready to launch the program. Let the customer dictate when you should launch the program. So if they've given you that SMS phone number, I think the big thing is they're saying, I want to receive information here. So let the customer dictate that they're ready to interact with you guys through SMS. I think also at the same time, we have to look at the idea that historically SMS has been cost prohibitive. And 5 years ago, it was a pretty expensive channel to invest in. Now it's increasingly less and less expensive. So ultimately, you're going to be able to acquire customers and you're going to be able to market with them while not having to spend a lot of money. And then also SMS scales at a really great level as well. So I think you're not going to have to spend more as you start sending out more in SMS. It actually gets cheaper in the long run. I think the other thing that we should look at when we look at SMS is the demographic information. And I think when you look at the demographic information, I think what you can see there is that Gen Z, which is makes up about 25% of the US population now, is really connected with their phones. If you look at 31% of Gen Z are uncomfortable being away from their phone for 30 minutes or less. So that tells you that they are connected to their phone like many of us. I think also at the same time, what we need to look at is look at the 83% stat that we have in front of us. 83% of Gen Z expect to maintain or increase their email usage over the next 5 years. And so that's where that complementary strategy will come into play here. So the big thing is, they're wanting to get this information. They want to maintain email. So why not really use it together from that standpoint? And I think the other thing is because email and SMS are opted in channels, they've chosen to receive this message. So unlike the TikTok ads or the Facebook ads that they see in front of them, they haven't really given consent. So that's why I believe that SMS is pretty valuable from the acquisition stage. So beyond that, how can you utilize SMS maybe in your shopper promotional campaigns or your promotional campaigns that you sent out? So in 2020, we put out a COVID-19 benchmark report, and we looked at about 2 billion emails pre-pandemic and 2 billion emails during the pandemic. And what we saw was that email is still a well-trusted channel, but SMS is very much the same. And from a response rate, SMS, about 90% of SMS are read in the first 3 minutes that they are received. So we can get in front of customers quickly and look to convert through SMS. And so one of the things that how you could utilize SMS and maybe your promotional campaigns is, let's say you have your annual sale that's coming out, maybe your seasonal sale, or maybe you just need maybe a flash sale, and maybe you just need a boost to an existing campaign. Use SMS as a way to get in front of customers. So we have one customer over here at Omnisend that actually sends out their promotional campaigns. And when using SMS, SMS actually makes up about 15% of their total revenue when it comes to promotional campaign revenue. So it's a great opportunity to really push the customer to become a buyer sooner rather than later. I think also with SMS, even though there's a growing adoption to it, it's still relatively underused by e-commerce retailers. So I would say get in front of it, test SMS if it's right for your business. And what that will allow you to do, you can start seeing some success with it, and at the same time, be ahead of your competition, who's maybe a slow adopter. So we've acquired that email address. We've acquired the channels that they want to be spoken to. So we should look at the welcome series. So I'm sure many of you guys are familiar with welcome series. It's the first impact that you can make with a customer when introducing your brand. But I think I want to take that to the next level a little bit, is that about 63% of individuals or shoppers want to have a personalized experience with the brands that they are going to buy from. So, and they actually expect brands, e-commerce retailers, to really have some personalization when they're connecting with them in the beginning, because they have provided so much information in that acquisition form. So the question is, how do you guys do that? Like, obviously you guys have a lot of initiatives going on. How can you do that? So one of the quick things that you could look at is if you've acquired an email address for a customer, and let's say it was you acquired that email address while the customer was looking at the shipping and returns page of your website, that's a pretty good indication that they're interested in making a purchase, because you probably don't look at shipping and returns if you're not ready to buy at that moment. So it has a higher intent that they want to purchase a product. I think also what you could also look at is, let's say you acquire a customer's email address in the moment that they are on a specific dress, or maybe a specific, maybe they were looking at a specific product on your website, maybe an address, I should say. That's a pretty high intent or high focus of maybe they're interested in that product. So why not share that information in that welcome series about that product? Because you're collecting that data. So I think also at the same time, you're collecting other data in that acquisition tool. So let's say you've asked them to identify whether they define themselves as male or female. So maybe in that welcome series, if they pushed male, you push male dominated products. And if they push female in the welcome series, you push maybe female dominated products. And what that will allow you to do really is to take that data that you're capturing and actually make it actionable right in the early part of the buying journey. So, again, here's another example. So again, it's a high intent, customer intent, and so make it count, because the welcome series, they've given you a piece of data that they probably are not willing to share with a lot of merchants, but if they've given you their contact information, really use that channel. And so again, if they've given you their email address, you're going to send your welcome series through email. If they've given you their phone number for an SMS message, do it. It's going to help them moving along down that journey, and it's going to turn them into a shopper sooner than later. Use SMS as a way to create a sense of urgency, like get 20% off if you make a purchase today. That's going to really drive it. There's a reason why they've given you this other additional information, like their phone number or maybe a web push notification or wanting those alerts. Utilize them in the process. So I guess the next step is, let's look at when they're at the shopper stage. So I know that we are familiar with shopping cart abandonment. I think we've all received shopping cart abandonment emails. We're well familiar with it. But I don't know how many of you guys are using browse abandonment or product abandonment as an opportunity to connect with your shoppers. So one of the things that we talked about is product abandonment. We know that customers want personalization, about 63%. Expect emails to be personalized based on what they've looked on the website. So what can you do with an abandonment, or I should say a browse abandonment or product abandonment campaign? So instead of having to say, hey, when you send out your email, say, hey, I noticed that you looked at this product in this category, maybe do something a little bit softer. Say, did something catch your eye? And it can be actually it can actually be tagged to the product they were looking at on your website. So again, it allows you to really be engaged. They feel like it's customized to them, that you know what they're looking at, you know what they care about. And then at that point, you can make it look less generic and more personalized. And so I think that's one of the big things. But I think also the other value from a product and browse abandonment standpoint is that what you're seeing there is you're catching them at the moment that they are actually interested in buying a product. So let's go after them, and let's make sure that we are hitting them at the right time. Obviously, they're the right customer with the right message to get them to actually put something in their cart and ultimately become a buyer. So I think the next thing I would probably show you is cart abandonment. And so again, we've all experienced cart abandonment as shoppers. We understand how it is. If you guys aren't using shopping cart abandonment, I would definitely start using it as a way to recover lost revenue. There's a reason this person has gone through the buying cycle, and at the same time, what they are able to do is actually put an item in their cart. But they might have not finished the purchase, the final purchase, for several reasons, and a lot of it with shopping cart abandonment, with the strategy I'm going to give you, is going to really help you test. So from an industry standard standpoint, about 7 out of 10 carts are abandoned. It's just the way it is. So that's lost revenue. But I think one of the things is it allows you, from an abandonment standpoint, to really create a strong customer experience. So how do you create that better experience from an abandonment standpoint? Do you send a 1 message shopping cart abandonment? Hey, you left this in the cart. Do you send a 2 message strategy, a 3 message, a 4 message? There's really no rule that states that you only have to send a certain amount of messages to try to recover that abandoned cart. But most likely, if it's a $20 item on your site, you're probably not going to want to send 4 messages out. But if it's a $1,500 item or a larger ticket item, you're probably going to want to do that, because that's going to show you that it's a high ticket item, but at the same time, you really want to recover that lost cart. But I think also with abandonment, it really allows you to start doing some testing and some strategy here. So again, when you send 1 message, maybe you only get 1 chance to look at them. But if you have sent out maybe 3 or 4 messages, and maybe through different channels, it will allow you to test messaging like maybe verbiage, maybe a sense of urgency, maybe the timing of when these emails go out, and also at the same time, maybe channels that could actually become stronger from that standpoint. So, the customer journey, as we've talked about, is no longer linear. It's not regulated to 1 channel. And so because people have opted in to give you their SMS number, to receive web push notifications, to their email address, these are channels that they're wanting to be spoken to. So most likely they're going to convert at a higher level. So we have one Omnisend customer that sees about a $48 earning per message with their abandoned cart push notification. That's pretty strong when you're sending out a push notification and you're getting about $48 in return for everyone that you send out. And also at the same time, conversion rates for abandoned carts using SMS and web push notification actually earn about 117% increase over the email only workflows. So again, don't be fearful to try to use these channels, etc., when they're there. I think the other thing that you should look at when you look at you've now converted them, and we're now in the buyer phase of the program. And so the buyer phase is now we're going to talk about true buyer retention. And so I know we've talked about retention prior to them actually making a purchase, but this messaging from the post-purchase standpoint is the most underutilized in our industry. And so in many ways, this is the most critical part of the entire buying process. So when a customer gets their hands on your product, that's really going to dictate to them what they feel about your brand. So therefore, if the product feels cheap when they receive it, maybe if the product is damaged, maybe if it's not delivered on time, or maybe it's not even delivered, they are going to associate that experience with your brand. So even if it's not your fault. So again, one of the things that we do over here at Omnisend, and when we talk to our customers, is we use this idea of social proof. So if a customer is not willing to share your product or the experience of buying from you on social media, it's a good chance that they are most likely not going to tell their friends about it. And so to give a real world example, like the last few weeks, we have actually did some reconstruction at our house when it comes to retiling our bathroom. And so by retiling our bathroom, we had a plumbing issue where the handles weren't really working. And so we called one plumber would come out, and it would be a very transactional relationship. Then another plumber came out because the issue wasn't fixed. And not only did he fix the situation, he also went above and beyond and provided like a full checkup of our entire plumbing system. And what that did was, when I got that chance to review, I immediately said, okay, I'm going to take the time and really give a really positive review. So think about that. That's social proof. If I'm not willing to really post this on social, and if I don't post on social, I'm most likely not going to recommend it to my friend. It's going to be more of a transactional relationship. So the big tip here is to also look at what other industries and how they create an emotional attachment for you and your brands, or for an emotional attachment between you and their brand, I should say. The example being is, look at the hospitality side of it. They're really good about creating that experience. So I think when you send a post-purchase email, which will show you what order confirmation looks like, maybe the next thing that I would probably suggest is, maybe instead of sending, how did you like the product, maybe give them a tip about, hey, you bought this leather good. Here's how you can care for that leather good, or here are some things that you can do with this to make sure they create that emotional experience. So they're going to constantly think of you when they're looking at that product. It's going to help with customer retention. So I think the other thing we've got to look at is order confirmation. So I think we all know order confirmation. I'm sure a lot of you guys are utilizing this. And a lot of the basic order confirmations, one thing I should say is that it has the highest open rate of any marketing automation workflow there is. Well, almost a 60% open rate and with a click-through rate of almost 20%. So tremendous value here. So I think we all know what the basics of an order confirmation will have. It will have basically what the product was that you bought, the amount of money that you spent, the estimated delivery time of when you should receive the product, but also at the same time, probably your address information. However, here are a few things that could actually make that stand out so you can turn that one-time purchaser into a repeat buyer for you. Is in that order confirmation, maybe send a powerful thank you message at the top of the email. Maybe what you could also do is maybe provide a limited offer for the next purchase. Maybe also provide a product listing or an upsell. So in that email that on my screen, you can see on the right-hand side what Adidas is doing is that they're showing, hey, you may like these products as well. So it's another great opportunity to upsell a client that already is connected with your brand. You could maybe offer different promotions as well. Maybe like a partner program, a loyalty program you can promote. Maybe you've got a new mobile app that you wanted to, or maybe have them invite them to your social media page so they can connect with you and they can post their experience with your product. Or maybe finally ask them to leave a review. So I think that's really, really important here, because I think that's how you're going to take that order confirmation and really now make it from a one-time buyer to a repeat buyer. So again, we've now on the post-purchase, again, how do we get them to come back and after they've made that purchase? And the answer is really creating, like we saw with the order confirmation, a purposeful post-purchase email that nurtures, engages, and provides your customer with a better customer experience. So finally, the last part of the customer journey is the repeat buyer, right? And I think that's really important. So again, this is a Crate and Barrel email, and they do a really, really good job of saying, hey, thank you for your order. So again, that isn't the end of the customer journey. It's still just a step within it. So knowing this, you've likely spent time, as I said earlier in my presentation, crafting a personalized welcome series, a cart abandonment, and other automated messages. But these touch points are just as, if not important, for your recent customers. So it's really important that it requires attention. It doesn't end in the buying cycle that, hey, thanks for your order, it's on your way. It's really about how do you get them to become a repeat buyer. So the thing is we have to follow the 80-20 rule. 80% of your sales are likely to come from 20% of your business. So returning customers, in other words, are your most important customers, and they're too important to ignore. So again, other tips, what we see with Crate and Barrel, saying that tried and true thank you note. What I also would suggest is maybe ask them for valuable feedback. Like, what was their experience? How was it? What did they enjoy? What did they didn't enjoy? And what that's going to provide you is with some valuable social proof, meaning that you're going to be able to take that information and then craft your messaging for new customers to ensure they have a great experience. And then also connect with invitations of loyalty programs and rewards. There's no better way to incentivize engagement than you've earned X points with your recent purchase. So again, great thing. The final thing is, and I noticed that one of the attendees was in the skincare line, and I don't know how many of you as an attendee, has replenished products. So meaning that they have to reorder every 30 days. Excuse me. So one of the things that you could do is, let's say they've made a purchase 21 days or 20 days into them buying with you guys. Why not send them an email and saying, hey, running low, maybe it's time to re-up. So again, for example, if you sell skincare products, your customers have purchased a 30-day supply. At the day 20, send them an email saying, hey, it's almost time for you to replenish, and that's going to get you in front of them. And so what you do know is that you know that the customer likes the product and maybe needs this product. So they're going to buy no matter what. The biggest thing is, your challenge is you need to make sure that they're buying from you and not one of your competitors. And when you see these post-purchase emails, especially on the repeat buyer side, they have tremendous value to you as an organization. They probably make up less than 1% of your total email sends that you're sending, but they make up 5% of your yearly revenue. So again, going back to that 80-20 rule, we've got to continue that. So in closing, what I wanted to share with you guys is that retailers need to think beyond a single channel. Let's go with that. Then we also utilize SMS can supercharge your email program and really be a complementary strategy to email. And again, relevance and personalization can fight fatigue from the average online shopper. If it's relevant to their needs, they feel like you understand them as a brand, it's going to go a long way. And then focus on the customer journey. It's really, really important. It doesn't end once they've made a purchase. Continue to keep practicing and trying. And again, with e-commerce marketing, especially in the marketing automation space, constantly test. It's never gonna end. So I think the last thing I would suggest is if you guys have any questions about Omnisend or Omnichannel statistics, I'd say check out our 2020 Omnichannel statistic report. It's a great tool. It gives you some great information. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be valuable to you. And I think we're just a little bit over time, but I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Really appreciate you guys taking time out of your Saturday to be a part of us of this experience. And again, we are very honored to be working with Veronica. Thank you, Tim, for the production side of it. And if you want to learn more about Omnisend, definitely don't hesitate to reach out. My email address is right there. And that's what I've got for today. So
that was absolutely brilliant. So what I'll have to do is go and listen to it again because I was a bit sidetracked because you've got so many good nuggets in it, right? I had somebody that she's like really resistant to emails. Literally. It is freaking unbelievable. She says, oh, no, I only sell gift items with puzzles and it's a one-time thing. And I go, no, It's not. But she is just adamant. She doesn't want to send out emails and not even talking about SMSs. And so, I mean, that is just, that information was gold. And thank you so much for popping on.
Veronica, one last thing I'll leave you guys. And anybody who looks at it, so I'll leave you this last tip. Just take your own personal experience. We all have smartphones that are next to us. When you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing that you check? Is it your social media? Is it your LinkedIn profile? It's probably going to be your email, right? And that's the key thing because you want to see what my inbox is going to look like. So again, email uniquely has still been the power driving force. And it looks like based off the Gen Z stats, there's more to come as well. So.
Exactly, because everybody says email is dead. Email is not dead. Unbelievable. And so actually, I don't check my email. I have to check how my book sold the day before. Because they're posted, right? Amazon is not always accurate. So the first thing I do is, I paid $5, yes.
Definitely.
It's like
I get it.
Selling products, it's so exciting. I don't make a lot of my books, but it is so exciting when I ding, 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 I've got another sale. So I mean the information is, and I love using the program because it's all there already. You guys put everything together, so there's not much to think about. It's so easy just to pop things in.
That's the other thing. I think we've really tried to make it as easy as possible to use Omnichannel. And again, that's really important for us. So I think, again, try, guys. It may not work for everybody, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't stop you from at least testing. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and literally, I have tried a lot of email providers, babies, a lot of them. And so this is one of the best I've found for e-commerce. I've got to tell you that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for taking time out in your little Palm Springs little vacay there, right?
Listen, if this was the break that Dad needed, now we go back to the chaos. So this is like
I get it. As a dad, I get it.
So brilliant.
Thank you guys.
Okay, bye.
That was amazing, Veronica.
Oh no, I know. So I can't wait to go and listen to that show again, just so I can write stuff down and tell my people what to do. So anyway, so we have Amy Monroe is in the
green room.
In the green room, and she's going to be talking. We're going to be talking about sales tax, baby. Sales tax and
yes, baby.
What's happening and what's going on and when to pay it and what to do. So she's got so much experience. She is my go-to girl when I have any questions. If I have customers going, what do I do about sales tax? I go, Let's talk to Amy, baby. So anyway, so let's bring her on.
Hello.
Hey,
welcome to my bedroom. Sorry, I don't have an office. So
I know this is COVID, baby. This is COVID.
I know.
I have Roy on the aft deck, and he opens the door in a minute ago, and he says, I'm going to be hungry in a minute. Can I come in? And I go,
well, my husband said I need to get a shower. I was like, not unless you want to be on camera. You can wait a half an hour.
Yeah, that's happened as well, right? That's happened as well.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm so happy that you've joined us today.
Of course, I wouldn't miss it.
I know. So so many things happening with sales tax right now.
Totally. Yeah.
And I've had some questions again. So, but let's start out with explaining who you are, and then what you do. Sure. And then we'll go forth.
Cool. So as we like to explore, who I am and what I do are kind of different things. But so who I am is a woman who lives in San Diego, California, and has 2 teenage boys. And I love to mess around in my COVID garden and do yoga. And thank God I'm back to the gym now that I'm vaccinated. So I can work off the 20 pounds that we all gained the last year. Yeah. And then what I do for 20 something years, I used to say 20, but now that it's 2021, it's 23 years. I have been a sales tax practitioner, and it's something that I stumbled into as an intern coming out of college. And it was kind of the best thing that ever happened to my career. I was supposed to have been a federal income tax intern, but it was the middle of February, and they said, we don't have time for this nonsense. Send her over to the state and local guys. And so that's where I've been ever since. I work for a small boutique firm based in Los Angeles, and I run the San Diego practice. We do both compliance and consulting, so we can help with your actual like monthly and quarterly filing deadlines and those kind of things. And we do a lot of Wayfair analysis these days, which we'll talk about in a sec. And then my side of the fence is mostly doing events like this, answering questions, research projects, audit defense, voluntary disclosures, just kind of navigating the ins and outs of, well, here's my business plan. What are the sales tax implications? And then as a kind of representative of my firm, I step out into events like this. I also have a bit of a Facebook and Instagram presence, just kind of hanging out in the different like chats and groups and whatnot, and helping these like micro entrepreneurs as they're getting started, just sort of navigate the landscape. So that's what I do.
So you, the sales tax guru on Facebook, right?
Sales tax Yogi, yeah.
Yeah, sales tax Yogi. Yeah.
You can call me a guru, it's totally fine. And I actually changed my handle on Instagram because it's just I am Amy Monroe. And I did that because I realized I was kind of sharing a lot of content that's like, here's my gorgeous teenage son. And it wasn't really, in line with the sales tax stuff. And I didn't feel like managing 2 accounts.
Yeah. So
you get a little of everything when you hang out with me.
Yeah, that's same old. Same here, right? I'm on the boat, and
I know boat life, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Okay, so let's get serious. So
Sure.
let's dumb it down. And I hate to say this. So what's Wayfair?
Sure. Yeah. So we are coming up, believe it or not, on 3 years into this new Wayfair thing. So we call it Wayfair because that's the Supreme Court ruling. It was the state of South Dakota versus the Wayfair, like online furniture company that we all love to shop with. But the term of art really is economic nexus, right? So it was the first time in 27 years that the rules of sales tax were really closely examined on a sort of whole scale level, because each state manages their own rules. But this was the first time. I mean, it's not really federal because it's the Supreme Court. It's not like Congress did anything, but it was the first time in almost 3 decades that the rules changed. And so we went from the old standard, which was called a significant physical presence. So physical nexus. If you had employees, operations, inventory, fixed assets, that kind of thing. If you had a physical presence in a state, then that created an obligation for your business to collect sales tax on transactions when you sold to customers who resided in that state. The Supreme Court, after the state of South Dakota sued the Wayfair company, changed the rules, and now we have shifted to an economic nexus model. Now, that's not to say that the physical items have gone away. Those old rules still exist. They've just expanded it because over the decades that online shopping and whatnot became pervasive, states were losing out on tens of billions of dollars in tax revenue. And so they needed a way to catch up. So basically, the Wayfair company advertised into the state of South Dakota on their website that you could save money with them because you didn't have to pay sales tax. And the state of South Dakota took exception to that and sued them. And so,
I mean, how stupid is that? I mean, like the tax people are not checking.
Well, this is what happens when marketing and sales, gets ahead of themselves and doesn't talk to tax and legal.
Yes, I know, right? Yes, exactly.
If had been consulted, none of this would have happened. No, I'm kidding. Honest to God, a couple of years prior to that, the state of New York sued Amazon, and we all thought that was going to be the case that brought this to bear. But instead, Amazon, as they always do, turned it into a business opportunity, settled their case with the state of New York, and said, "Screw it, we'll just have Nexus everywhere." Which is why now you have like brick and mortar Amazon pop-up shops showing up in your shopping centers all over the place, because they figure if they've got economic nexus, they might as well have physical presence too, and just continue taking over the world. So
exactly, yes. So I mean, I do have clients come and say, so the sales tax. So I had this really good conversation with a new customer, which I don't normally have because they normally have their businesses set up properly. But I said to her, okay, so you've got your company, we've got the domain name. Do you have a sales tax permit? She goes, "What's that?" And I go, "A what?" I said, "Okay, you need a sales tax permit to be able to sell your products." And she goes, "Oh, where do I get that?" And I go, "Here's the government, just every state that if you're living in that state, that's the sales tax permit that you get." And so she did that, and which is very easy. Apparently, I don't know about California, but apparently California is a little bit more difficult. Everywhere else is pretty easy. And so, so anyway, she got that, and now I have to remind her that if you get sales tax, the people pay sales tax, you better go and give that money back to the tax people, because they want their little bit of money. Yes. So tell us about, so if she just started, literally, boom, Friday we launched, was a panic day the whole day because links didn't work and things did, and she sold about 5 products. She does 5 paintings for the weekend. Nice. But so now, yes, I know. And she already had her email going. She's had a pre-launch. So she's done a lot of work before she actually launched.
Of course.
And so, but now she has to start thinking about, okay, at the end of the month, I will have to start paying sales tax. So normally sales tax, you can pay monthly, or do you make a choice whether you pay monthly or quarterly or yearly?
Yes, it's only your choice. When you register your business, and of course each state is different, but generally speaking, when you register a new business for a seller's permit or a sales tax license, as you called it, the state will ask you what your estimated revenues are.
Yes.
So as a new business person, you can either like shoot for the stars and say, I'm going to make $1 million this year, or you can, so whatever you tell them, like your estimated revenue is going to be for the coming year that you're registering for, then they will determine whether you are a monthly, quarterly, annual, or even sometimes what's called an occasional filer, which is, that goes more back to the old physical presence rules kind of thing, where like, okay, we have physical presence, but we don't do a ton of business there. And whenever we make a sale, we'll file it. Yes. Though that's much less common. But anyhow, the states actually determine your filing frequency. And then as your business grows and as you're filing those returns, if you start out as an annual filer, then as your revenue grows, they'll bump you up to quarterly, then bump you to monthly, etc. So that's how that's determined.
Exactly. And I always say this, give them the tip. Take that tax money and put it in a separate account. It's not your money, because
amen to that.
It is just, and unfortunately, no shopping cart will actually separate that amount. You have to do it physically.
Yeah, you would like to think that some of these providers would get hip to that and like help you out, right? But that's not the business they're in, I suppose.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So, but it seems like it would be a pretty easy bit of functionality. If TaxJar and Avalar are listening, that would be a really good bit of functionality to put in.
But it's pretty easy. I mean, if you do the analytics in your store, you get a report and it says you owe this much tax. So that it is separated because that is a separate payment. But just remember, you have to pay it because people tend to forget, and then they get a penalty. So if they're starting to sell in different states, right? Yep. I'm in Texas. I'm going to start selling in Louisiana, hopefully, and Kansas, and all these other places. What do I have to look out for? This is now starting.
Yeah, so you have to look out for a couple of things. One is what you're selling taxable in the states that you're selling it into, right? And that's where a lot of folks in the sort of digital goods and services need to kind of watch out, because historically it's like, oh, well, I just sell, ebooks online, or I just do streaming content or whatever. Well, more and more and more, like 50% of the states at this point tax digital goods and services. And so you're going to want to watch out for what is it you're selling, and whether or not the state's tax rules where you're selling into, whether or not what you're selling is taxable.
Wow.
And then for the smaller companies, though, starting out, really you need to worry about, exactly like you advised your client, where are you? Where are you physically located? Yes. And then where might you have inventory stashed? So let's say for whatever reason, you have a warehouse 2 states over for ease of economic maintenance or whatever. And so that will also create a physical presence for you. So you would need to register there as well, and then collect tax to any shipments that go into that state to customers there. And then the last piece, and the newest piece because of Wayfair, is the economic nexus. And so each of the states have their own rules. And it's some combination of how many transactions you have, and or depending on the state, what's your revenue in a 12-month period. On average, most of them, if they have a transaction count, it's 200 transactions per calendar year. But sometimes it's like a rolling 12 months. It's not a calendar year. It's just like in the last 12 months. And so you kind of have to watch that clock as it rolls forward kind of deal. Most of the states are getting rid of that 200 count because honestly, it unfairly scoops up a bunch of really small players.
I know, if you're selling $5 products, it's just like, you're going to get 200 so fast.
Right. And then on average, most states are at that $100,000 economic revenue threshold. Some states are higher, New York, California, Texas, Tennessee, although I think maybe, are they rolling theirs back? I'd have to look at it, but it's $500,000, right? So like if you got economic nexus in California, good on you. Like you're doing great. And so you just kind of have to know what each state's rules are. Kansas has an economic nexus of 1. So they have taken the approach that if you sell in their state, you are obligated to collect tax. Ask me how many taxpayers are actually complying with that, and I'll give you a very different answer.
Yeah.
And because most people don't even know that they have that obligation.
And I know that either New York and DC or a couple of the northern states have a different level as well.
Yeah, I'd have to go back. The rules kind of change, and I'd have to look at our cheat sheet. But some of them are as low as like 10,000.
Yes.
And some of them have a kind of mid-range point of like 250, 200. Arizona started at like 250, and they're gradually rolling it back 50 grand, like every 6 months or something. Eventually, they'll hit that $100,000 mark like everybody else. So they definitely vary state by state.
Yeah, this is my opinion. If you get to that problem, you call Amy and you tell her to solve your problem. Because really, if I had that problem, I'll be very happy, baby. I was just saying that. Amit from Omnisend said, everybody's on their phone. The first thing you check is your email in the morning when you wake up, right? And I said, I don't. I check how many books I've sold, because I sold up like 8 or 9 books a day. But I have Amazon do all my sales tax. And this will stop me from actually selling it on my own website, because then I have to start worrying about the sales tax issue. That's a good point. I'll stick to Amazon. So Amazon, who else is there? eBay.
Yeah. So basically, generically, the rule is called marketplace facilitator. That's the term you're looking for. Marketplace platform, marketplace facilitator is the term of art there. So we're talking Amazon, eBay, Etsy. And now Walmart is into that space. Yes. And last time you and I chatted, you hinted that Shopify might be kind of heading that direction. They're kind of looking to move beyond just payment processing. Yes. And what makes a marketplace facilitator different from like a Shopify that is just doing payment processing or hosting your website or whatever is the actual customer service element and handling transactions, handling returns, and refunds and that kind of thing. It's true facilitation of the transaction. It's the infrastructure, right? And Amazon takes that to like the nth degree, complete with delivery and all of that stuff. So so quickly on the heels of Wayfair came all these new marketplace facilitator rules.
Yes.
So we have 43 out of 45 states that have sales tax. 43 of them have Wayfair rules.
Yes.
And remember I said Kansas is like a whopping $1 one transaction. We have 42 out of 45 states that now have marketplace rules. Kansas, with their little minimal threshold, does not yet have a marketplace rule. Rumor has it they're starting to think about it. I think the governor's nudging the legislature to put something in place. Missouri was supposed to have started marketplace rules and Wayfair January of this year, but they punted to 2022. I think they just didn't want, with all the COVID nonsense and everything, I don't think they wanted to like jump into that. And Florida, for the third time now, is taking a swing at Wayfair and marketplace legislation. This time the governor says he's going to sign it, but he has vetoed the prior two. And if all goes as planned, they will come online July 1st.
So marketplace rules, what's the difference between marketplace rules and Wayfair rules?
Yeah, so you hit it when you're talking about Amazon. So it basically takes the onus of the responsibility of tax collection off of the seller who is using the marketplace platform to facilitate their sales to their customers, and puts that the seller of record, basically, as far as the state is concerned, becomes the platform. So Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Walmart, etc. And the trick of that is, even though all of these rules have kind of rolled out together, and with marketplace, it's way more even across the states in terms of like, if you have marketplace rules, you have marketplace rules. It's not like there are thresholds and whatnot, but it's like way less important. If you sell on Amazon and there's a marketplace rule in that state, they'll handle your stuff. However, the states have rolled out all these rules without a lot of resources behind enforcement.
Yes.
And so the platforms, I mean, Amazon's pretty much on it because they kind of started this ball rolling, but the other platforms have been slower to get compliant. So there can be this middle ground. And the thing that people like me are excited for is that audits are typically on a 2, 3, or 4 year kind of rolling cycle. Well, we are 3 years into Wayfair. So the first audits of Wayfair and marketplace facilitation are going to start hitting this summer. We are all very excited to see how the audit divisions handle all the rules that the legislatures have put in place. And so there's going to be a lot of testing of theory in the coming year.
I can just imagine. So the way I explain marketplace is you have your store, your shopping cart, your website, and then you put your products on somebody else's shelves. Like you go to Walmart and you go, I need this shelf space, or they give you the shelf so they rent it out for you, and their customers come past. Amazon, you rent shelf space, that's where you put your product, and their customers buy from you. So they handle the actual payment. They handle the payment. They actually send it through to your shopping cart, if you have a shopping cart, which you should actually have a shopping cart, because they can always close you down. And then you process the actual order. The customer does not become your customer. It stays Amazon customer or whoever they are, unless you're on Etsy, obviously. But so everybody has
but even Etsy has a lot of control.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
So you got to look at each single platform to see how they handle it. But here is my opinion. You got to put it on other people's shelves. Otherwise, you don't have enough customers to actually walk past and buy your product.
Well, I mean, it's the Costco model, right? Like, how many times have you seen like a new product and somebody's like, "Oh, where'd you get that?" "Oh, I got it at Costco." But you got to get it before it's gone, right? And it's the same kind of deal. It's a marketing strategy.
Yes.
I have very strong opinions about the platforms as well, but that's not what we're here to talk about. So,
believe me, I have as well, and I've seen the bad and the worst as well, where they actually closed down businesses.
Sure.
And it's just not a good thing. You got to have your store, whether it's retail or online or whatever, and you have to have your own business before you start selling it in other people's other people's shops, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, this has been amazing. Again, you have been amazing. And I don't know if we have any questions today. We have another 10 minutes. So,
sure.
So anyway, so yes. So I had another question. Hang on. I'll think about it in a second. International.
Yes.
Right. You know, I always ask this question. So if a company, and I've had a couple of questions actually like this. If a company starts selling in America, which is online, are they responsible for the sales tax in the States?
They are. And I have seen this in real time this year. So our firm has taken on a couple of drop shipping clients this year. And God bless you, mix drop shipping and marketplace and Wayfair and foreign provide, like holy moly. I have learned in 23 years, I have learned more this year than in years past. And so it gets really sticky. And the short answer to your question is yes. If they have crossed the economic thresholds of a state, then they are obligated to collect the sales tax and remit it to the states. Here's the problem. Just like I mentioned a minute ago, the states in this coming year, one of the biggest trends, honestly, is the states figuring out actually how to manage all of these rules they've put in place. Mm-hmm. And then also figuring out who the non-compliant taxpayers are. And the states have gotten more sophisticated at that. They have more sort of digital and tools and whatnot. They're not pounding the pavement anymore. And they will find you through auditing another person too, right? So if one of your affiliates, vendors, customers, whatever, gets audited and they see a few transactions come through that aren't treated properly, they're going to come after you. But then you get into the whole but this is part of the United States and my business is based in Australia. Why should I, from a sovereign nation all the way on the other side of the world, have an obligation to follow your rules? And on top of that, the states can make it difficult to register. So if you're a business in Australia without any US presence, you don't have a federal taxpayer ID, you don't have like a corporate services company or something that has just like a mail delivery spot in the United States. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the states won't allow you to register. And so that gets sticky. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then also, if you do register for sales tax, well, then have you created an income tax filing obligation for yourself? And so it gets very muddy. And so we have actually partnered, because I'm a sales tax expert. I don't do income tax. I don't do that. I don't do property tax. I don't do any of that. But we have partnered with firms who are, as these rules are rolling out, becoming experts in the implications of all of this. Yeah. And not for nothing, the Wayfair Economic Nexus rules are spilling over into the income tax world too. So foreign players definitely have to worry about that.
So the way I think about it, and this is I used to do taxes and salaries for expats while I was living in Holland in Dutch. So there's one of my careers and businesses. Wow.
Well, one of the CPA firms that we rely on heavily for like VAT and other issues in the UK and whatnot is based in Holland, and they have been a saver for us. So
so the basic rule is international. When you live somewhere, you pay taxes because that's where you're living and that's where you pay income tax. When you are working in another country, you are earning the money in that country. Right? Mm-hmm. So you are literally have an income in that country and you are obligated to pay the taxes that you are earning in that country. Yes. Then you come back to your country where you're living and you say, well, I actually paid 20% of taxes already. They want their little bit as well. So they say, we charge 60%, so you got to pay that extra. In Holland, they charge 60%. So the guys in the UK didn't have to pay tax in the UK because it was lower. So you got to be, you got to go to a professional to actually have that. Okay, I have to pay here and I don't have to pay there. And if you live in different countries, that's even a bigger headache. But I look at it as this: you're getting your money here, it goes into a bank, and then it goes into another bank where you're living. That is income here, goes into your bank, is your income this side. So you are obligated to pay taxes on income. Yeah. And so if you are selling something, it's income. It's money going into your pocket. And you have to pay to go and build those bridges and roads and all this other stuff that they do.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly right, because that's what sales taxes do, right? And that's where the state of South Dakota went after Wayfair initially. The reason we're all in this boat is because Wayfair said, I don't have a physical presence there. I don't have to follow your rules. And South Dakota said, look, y'all are delivering stuff on Amazon, like on UPS trucks and whatever your own delivery is. And that beats up our roads and it takes up our infrastructure, and you should have to pay for that.
Yeah.
And so that's how we landed where we are. The foreign players, I will tell you, in my experience, the foreign players want to be compliant. They know it's a global economy. They know that this country is full of customers, and they want to play nice. It just it's hard.
Yeah, it is hard. So yes, I mean, when I came to this country, and I landed, and I thought, 350 million people to sell something to. What can I sell?
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
It just boggles the brain, right? It boggles the brain. If you think, we talk about Holland, right? 16 million people, a little bit plus probably now. There's 7 million people just in Houston. 7 million people just in Houston. Yeah. So yes, exactly. China, they're selling a lot in here. So, I mean, people are getting away with a lot, but the internet is making it more difficult so that you have to be in compliance, because you can get found. So the way I find out how well a company does, all I have to do is take the web address, pop it into Uber Suggest, and or Mars or something like that. I immediately know how many customers come through the store, how many visitors they have on their website or their store. I make a calculation, and I know how much money they're making approximately.
Yeah,
so you cannot get away with it.
And these are the tools that the states are starting to leverage as well. And to that, playing off of that China question, one of the questions we're getting very often, because even US-based sellers are, getting inventory and other resources from overseas. One of the questions that they often ask is, the cost of import duties and all of these other things are overwhelming for us. I would like to pass some of that cost on to my customer. So obviously, if you just like beef up your prices to cover that cost, then tax applies to the cost of whatever you're selling.
Yes.
However, some people in order to be transparent to their customers, but also not get beat on price by their competitors, they're putting a separate line item on their invoices that's like, here's a 5% upcharge for import fees. Yes. When you do that, that becomes part of your taxable base for sales tax purposes. Just because you separately stated it and it's not part of the sales price of your item doesn't mean it's not taxable. Any line item fees that you pass through to your customer are also taxable. A couple of states have exemptions for that, but not many. Just default to, if I pass the cost through to my customer, it becomes part of the cost of what I'm selling to my customer, and therefore it's taxable.
Exactly, like shipping costs.
Yes, shipping is about 50-50 on whether or not the states tax that.
Exactly. Yeah. So yes, I mean, you have to look at every single aspect of your business. I mean, you've got to look at, your fixed income of your overhead, and then you have to look at your variable income per product of how much you can sell it at. And if you can't just push things through to a customer. I mean, Amazon is spoiling us rotten. We can get everything shipped for free. There's no, you get what you pay for, or you actually buy what the price is, and there's nothing else. So as a small business owner, you can't do that. So that's a really good point, because one of my customers, the steel trade tax is 24%.
The tariff,
Tariff. They thought it was going to be 12%, and it was 24%. So yes, so we had to actually renegotiate with all the vendors on the pricing, and so they pushed that cost right back to us, and so we had to really be inventive, But that's it. The prices go up, and I had the customer ask me, "Hey, can we do this separately?" And I go, he always asks me, if we can do these extra special things, and I go, no, it's in the price. That's it. We can't do anything special. It's the price, the shipping, and off we go. So yes, I mean, it is a headache, and I mean, especially when I'm thinking about materials and products that a couple of my vendors are doing for the boutiques, international for clothes and stuff, because there are different taxes or import taxes and everything for each single item of what the actual product is made of, which I didn't know.
Oh, and not only that, do you want to know why women's clothing doesn't have pockets?
No.
Because the import duties are cheaper on clothes that don't have pockets.
You're kidding. You see, that's what I'm talking about. It's just the weirdest stuff.
It's the strangest thing.
I know. Anyway, so this has been absolutely amazing as normal. And so if you want to ask Amy any questions, go and join her group in Sales Tax Yogi.
Sales Tax Yogis, yeah. You can find me there. You can DM me on Facebook or on Instagram. You can find me all kinds of places, or just ask Veronica.
And every now and again, I hop on and give my opinion as well. So
yeah, and we're due for a live chat anyway.
I know.
Yeah, anytime, friend. I know you've been busy putting this awesome summit together. Congratulations, by the way. Well done. This is awesome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. Bye. Whew. I'm really, the sun's come out, so I'm blown up.
I was gonna sing "The Sun Will Come Out Tomorrow." Except it's today, so that's
it's today. I was still waiting for Arjun. Okay.
Yes, we're waiting for Arjun, but should we bring May King on?
Yes, let's bring May King on.
May King.
Hello.
May King.
Absolutely brilliant.
Wow, Tim, you are amazing. What an incredible job you are doing producing this incredible show. And of course, Veronica, you are amazing.
Yes.
What a fantastic show. So much great information out there. For people who've got an e-commerce site, has some incredible speakers. Oh my God, it's been great. And I've been trying to capture all the information, live tweeting and stuff. It's just been wonderful. So how are you feeling, guys?
Let's dance.
It's been amazing, and I didn't realize when I was scheduling all the speakers, I'm talking a lot today. So tomorrow it will be more presentations, but I've had so many fabulous. Oh, he's in the backstage. Arjun is in the backstage. Let me just see if I can get. Oh, welcome, Arjun. There he is. Okay, great. Never mind.
We'll see you later. Bye.
We'll bring him on again. Bring May King on again, because she's helping us with our FOMO, fear of losing out, and it's absolutely amazing.
Yes, let's have a big round of applause for May King. May King. Woo!
And she's also from the UK, so London. So I love all my London people. Okay.
Yes, I love all the British accents going on. I feel left out. I'm gonna have to learn. Is there a YouTube video I can learn, or can you guys teach me?
You never know, right? You never ever know. It is absolutely amazing. Okay, let's bring on Arjun. It's going to be so awesome. Arjun. He has got such an amazing.
Hello.
Story. Hey, Arjun, how are you doing?
Hello. Can you guys hear me really well?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
So I've been practicing Hello Woofy on all the shows that I'm on. Hello Woofy.
Hello. So good to see you guys. I appreciate it.
You too.
Absolutely. So, what is you've just started. When did you start this software?
So we technically incorporated the company, which is Hello Woofy. What everyone's seeing on my shirt or on the back and behind me is we started in 2016, but we really, we went through pivots and iterations, and as any startup will do, or any small business will do. And so we actually launched about 15 months ago publicly to the marketplace. And we've grown from handful of customers to over 9,000 users on our platform today, and Last year, we grew 22,000%, helping small businesses around the world for the price of a cup of coffee.
I know. Believe me, I'm selling this to people because I'm going, this is a social platform. These guys just started, and you cannot get any social platform for the price. Yeah. And obviously I'm selling you, but and it is AI. I'm so in love with AI, right? Because I'm creating my content with AI. AI is helping me repurpose my content. And Hello Woofie is majorly with AI, or is AI as well, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of I like to say smart marketing for underdogs, because it takes away a lot of the grunt work that small businesses have to go through. Yes. When it comes to creating content, optimizing it, and actually we're now focusing on distribution as well. So the idea is, as soon as you start typing, it completes the sentences for you, gives you hashtag recommendations, finds royalty-free images, finds the perfect emoji combinations, which emojis drive yes. huge amounts of uplift and engagement. But so we started off with social media, which is like the lowest yes. hanging fruit. We then said, why don't we do it for blogging? And then we said, yes. why don't we do it for everyone across the internet using the Google Chrome extension? And then in the last couple of months, we've been working with Amazon Alexa team to now allow yes. you to distribute content yes. to people's yes. Living rooms through these, smart speakers, or the with the speakers on them, or the touchscreens, the ones that have the yes. visual output as well. So that's going to be yes. super exciting.
And then also, is Shopify connected already?
It's on the way. We're waiting on approval. As soon as it gets approved, we'll be automating Shopify blogs. We already work with WordPress. WordPress yes, blogs are automated. Yeah, Medium is now. And one of the other things that we're looking into is also automating direct mail. So not only can you schedule a social post, a blog post, a smart speaker post, but you can then have something appear in your customer's mailbox. And so we're looking into automating offline and online, especially as the pandemic is going away and the yes. world is reopening.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to leave you so you can show us exactly what's going on, because I'm very excited about Hello Woofie.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have to give a quick share of the screen. So here we go. Let me know when you can see my screen. All right, you can see my screen, I'm assuming now. So like I said, smart marketing for underdogs, right? So we wanted to make sure, a lot of the other tools which are out there, by the way, we have a lot of respect for them, but they tend to look like this. They tend to be a little bit on the clunkier side, a little bit overly simplified. I almost like to say they're the Chevys and the Fords of the world, no disrespect intended, but they really haven't caught up to becoming the Tesla, the Model 3 of the world, which is affordable, beautifully designed, but most importantly, intelligent for an affordable price point. Now, when you take a look at enterprise solutions, what the biggest companies in the world are using, kind of makes you feel like you need a PhD in marketing to understand how the heck you take any of the data, any of the insights from here, and then create your own content. You're going to need your own team, but more importantly, it's going to cost you nearly $100,000, $500,000 a year in licensing fees, and still doesn't do any of the work for you. So when you come into Hello Woofie, what you'll very quickly realize is that there's a lot of white space. We wanted to make sure from the get-go that you were using a tool that was designed with your workflow in mind, your creative approaches in mind. And so there's a lot of white space, but more importantly, everything is color-driven. Purple means long-term strategies. It means you're distributing content in bulk. It means you're scheduling content in bulk. You're importing content in bulk. And blue means the complete opposite. It means you're scheduling content one at a time to the calendar. Or with respect to the add content blue button, it means you're adding content one at a time to the library so it could be optimized. So for example, and this is obviously we're talking about organic strategies. This is not paid strategies. We're going to talk about paid strategies in a bit. But organic side of things, you want to nurture your audience. You want to nurture the followers you have. You want to nurture the community you're building, whether it's a Facebook group or it's an Instagram page. It does not matter. You want to nurture and you want to provide value. And that's where Hello Woofie comes in, is to help you create the content itself, provide the value, and then do it over and over again. So for example, I'm just going to say, how are you, right? Or how are you? And it's going to automatically complete the sentence for me. And then I'm going to say, I love you, which of course we love you, everyone here. And also I love my coffee, which actually I made a couple of hours ago. Might need another dose, but let's go ahead and add some emojis in there as well. Now you're going to laugh at me, but here's the deal. Emojis drive huge amounts of uplift and engagement. Don't take my word for it. Take Adobe's word for it, which I'm sure everyone knows. Adobe is a pretty big company. It's been around for a while. But their studies show that emojis drive huge amounts of uplift and engagement. And Purchase intent. So what did we do? We literally mapped the entire dictionary to figure out exactly which hashtags, which words, which other emojis, which other hashtags tend to be used with one another, so that you don't have to, wing it, which is typically a strategy a small businesses take when it comes to figuring out what's working, what isn't working. The biggest companies in the world, they have the upper advantage on you until you use a platform like this. Now, on top of it, we're also looking at which ones are actually being used around the world. So you're seeing some of these emojis blinking because that's what's actually being used around the world. So you can see what's trending, what's popular. Click on the purple dot. Images are huge. People love images. People love, videos. But the issue is, how do you find the right ones that are royalty free, which are, based on what you typed in so far? So you click that image there, and then based on the image, it'll then optimize the hashtag recommendations for you as well. So, and again, hashtags are kind of like the SEO version of social. You want to make sure you have the right hashtag so you can be discovered. But maybe for Veronica, coffee is too generic. We'll switch it out. And then, let's see, Tim, you're like, who says flat white anymore? Let's do espresso instead. So it's optimizing it for you. Now, if I take an article like the one about, emojis, and I paste it in, what you'll notice is that it actually reads the entire article for me. So I don't have to wonder, what could I say? Maybe I want to say this quote here, which is an insight, and maybe I want to use these hashtags here from the article. And then lastly, I can go ahead and translate this into another language as well. So we started with organic social media, which was very important. This is, the thing that you should be doing on a short, with the short-term strategy. You want to post every day. You want to post a couple of times a week. But the other thing that's super important is you want to be able to automate your blogging as well. You need content to come out that can be indexed by search engines. Now, the reason why that's super important is because 400,000 small businesses shut down last year because they couldn't figure out how to go from offline or predominantly offline to online so that they can drive customers, drive revenue from digital. Well, guess what? People were Googling, Binging, whatever search engine you use, they were searching for the things that they were looking for that you probably were selling, but they didn't know you existed, because you were not SEO optimized, your blogs were not up and running. So we've decided to repurpose everything you just saw for the purposes of, auto-complete entire blog posts, add your images, add quotes from other articles. And then, Veronica, I know you've mentioned earlier, Shopify blogs are going to be automated soon as well. But at the moment, Medium and WordPress can be automated fully. And then you can have a social post to promote the blog post immediately after. Now, here's another angle to what we're going to be talking about today is how do you raise capital to build a small business, to build a community-driven business? Because everything I showed you is all about nurturing and creating value for your followers. But what if you want to raise capital from your followers, from your customers? So one of the things that we did last year, we did pretty well, in my opinion, is raise capital from the public markets using equity crowdfunding. You guys should definitely look this up. This is a huge deal for small businesses. Last year, we raised from over 2,400 investors over $500,000. And a lot of these people were investing as low as $100 into a campaign so they could own a piece of the company. And so in our sales, talking about, connecting all this together, in our sales pitch, we actually say, hey, go ahead and this is the campaign that we're running right now. We raised about $170,000 so far. Go ahead and grab our software that you just saw for $50 or $70 or $100 for the year. Invest as low as $100 into the company, and become an affiliate and potentially make all of it back, plus still have shares ownership in the company as an upside. So now not only are you nurturing the community, you're involving your community to invest. Many of them might be customers. They're using your services, your products as well. This is how we're going to connect everything. And obviously blogging is super important for long-tail marketing. So this campaign is running for another 3 weeks. Anyone can invest as low as $100. But the other thing I'll say is the Facebook group side of things is super, super important. I don't care if you're selling donuts or if you're selling furniture. Talk about the recipes. Talk about why you started that donut shop. Talk about how you're actually using joinery to build a furniture, or the different kinds of furniture you're doing in the Facebook group, because that is your community that you can always monetize. You can continue to leverage as for your branding as well. And of course, you can use Hello Woofy to automate the posting, but that's another point to keep in mind. So then we expanded to another field, which was around the idea of smart speaker marketing. Now, again, we want to bring value to you, the listeners today. So smart speaker marketing, please Google it. Please be aware. These devices that you're seeing in my hand, the Echo Shows or the Fire TV on the monitor on your screen right now, this whole industry grew double digit during the pandemic. And you might be wondering why. Well, it makes sense because people were stuck at home. They were quarantined at home. They were consuming content at home. But the issue is now that the big companies, the ones that you're seeing right now on my screen, the biggest companies in the world were winning. The Hulus, the YouTubes, and the Netflixes of the world. They were producing content on a smart speaker and distributing it. But that's great for them, but what about the small business owner? What about the coach, the podcast, the person that was just furloughed, who's launching their consultancy? So we've been working with Amazon Alexa division over the last couple of months to literally build a scheduler for distributing content into your customer's living room, so long as they opt in, for the price of a cup of coffee. So all of these, imagine having the Veronica skill here or the Tim skill here, and we're gonna skip forward to the example. I have a video on the right, I have a piece of content to the left, and a link below it. And I could be like, hey, this is Veronica. If you want to learn more about Shopify, if you want to learn more about digital marketing, if you want to learn about the upcoming summit on e-commerce, so on and so forth, click on the link to the left and join my masterclass, join my newsletter, whatever that may be. You're going to see me in a couple of seconds clicking on the link, and all I'm going to do is actually click on my link, which is Hello Woofy, and take the customer, the follower, to my website. And by the way, this is happening on a person's television screen for $5 a month as a cost to you. They can subscribe, they can buy, they can convert, they can do whatever you want them to do on their website, on your website, on their television screen or their Echo Show, which is a touchscreen, and then come back and continue consuming the next video or briefing. So guys, the reason I want to mention all this is because not only is it important to do social media as a long-term strategy, but it's also important to do SEO optimization of your website, your landing pages, your sales funnels, with also added content from using Journal to automate your blog posts. But then think about how can you reach your customers that have a completely different behavior today, which is working from home, consuming content from home, consuming content from smart speakers, and so on and so forth. So I'd love to ask if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them as well. But the reason I wanted to come in here today and help out is because the world that we're living in is very, very different. It's not just social. It's not just blogs. It's not just smart speakers. It's also about how you raise capital for your business, how you involve the community that you're nurturing and the followers you're nurturing with your value-focused content to then be a part of your business through equity crowdfunding potentially. So we like I said, we have about 3 weeks left to invest in the company and own a piece of it for as low as $100. But you can do this too. Start learning about what are the new ways for small businesses to scale, expand, and then also once you do that, then share the insights with your audience and make sure that they're able to leverage it as well. Because the best thing that a small business owner can do is help other small businesses, and that's why we're on a mission to build the biggest company on the planet, helping the smallest.
Okay. Yeah, that is amazing. So we were just complaining about Amazon taking over the world, but no, Hello Woofy is going to take over the world. So I just love the and I've been playing in Hello Woofy. Obviously, haven't had a lot of time since I've been playing around with my virtual summit. But what I've done is not actually scheduling, but what I've done is I've taken my content, put it into Hello Woofy, got all of the emojis, copied it and posted it, because I just my brain space wasn't enough to go, okay, I need to do this and learn. There wasn't time for this, so I literally used Hello Woofy for all my posts with all those with all the emojis, and it's so true. I mean, even in email headers, you should have emojis now.
Yeah.
So, and also thank you so much for sharing the funding thing, because I think a lot of small businesses don't realize that's what they can actually utilize their fans and their friends and everybody to actually fund their business. We don't just have to use our credit cards, right? And
yeah,
so
I use 11. I use 11 to turn the company around, and I'll tell you that was an interesting feeling. But miracles just happened in 2019. We got accepted to a TV show. We won the TV show. Unfortunately, my mom passed away just before we were launching, and I was like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? Yeah. And just miracles after miracles happened. I had no idea how I was going to get the $170,000 I put on my credit cards and cash back. But guess what? We did we've done so far $250,000 in revenue. We used to do 10,000 last year a month in revenue. We're doing 17,000. We're projecting to do 25,000 next month. And so if you do things for the right reason, if you do things with a mission, and if you do things to help other people, the universe, I'm very spiritual, the universe just has a way to bring the things that you're looking for, and help you help others as well. And that's part of the reason why I want people to, encourage them to use social media to nurture and provide value, but then bring those people in who are believing in you. I know, Veronica, you believe in us as well. You invested. Bring those people into the foray as well. Bring them to your company. Give them a piece of your company. Yes. Build a business with your customers as well.
Yeah, I had a small a customer just launched. And so I'm in between all this virtual summit stuff, I'm launching small businesses. And she is a teacher. She's an artist. She's got amazing stuff, just two themes. And she did her pre-launch from December, telling people about it, blah, 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 while we were working on it. So I said, let's go live. Just go, let's go. And I mean, the whole day was like, oh my God, this link doesn't work. Oh, this doesn't work. Oh my goodness, But we got it up and running. She sold 5 products, and her products are between $65 to $125 to $225. So she sold during just the first weekend, and obviously it goes down, right? Because everybody's so excited, then it goes up, but she's still selling. But the point is that she utilized her presence online and her email, by the way, to actually get people to say, hey, I'm going live. This is what I'm doing. And it really, really does help. And I've had so many of my clients have said, they've always come back to oh yes, it went well. They're making $250,000, $500,000. And then it all goes blah, 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 because they forget the basics, right? They forget the basics of social media, SEO, blogging, information, connecting with their customers. And then they come back and they go, Veronica, we need to do it again, So, I mean, and that's the nature of any business, right? Is the up and down.
Yeah, no, I was looking at my Stripe account, and I remember moving to New York 10 years ago and living off $1,000 a month. $700 was for rent, $25 for utilities, everything else was for Subway and food or whatnot. And those days when I see my Stripe account and says $956 or $1,200, in revenue for the day, that's just the one day, I'm truly blessed to be surrounded by such a great team and customer base. It just it all comes full circle. If you do things for the right reason, everything comes around for the right, right reason.
And believe me, I keep mentioning my book, but I sell my book on Amazon, and that's the first thing I check. I sold 5 books. I don't make a lot of money, but it's just so exciting to have people that like you and that invest in your product, right?
You got to tell yourself the law of attraction. The money comes to me easily and frequently. Amazing people come to me easily and frequently, like you, Veronica. I know. Things just happen. Yep, there you go.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people have been where I remember selling plastic bottles in Holland when we moved from South Africa to Holland, selling the plastic bottles because we got 25 cents per bottle for the recycling, right? And then buying my groceries. So that was hard times, but now we don't. Now I live on a boat.
Now, the last thing I will say, just to bring everything full circle, is we talked a lot about organic. We talked about leveraging your audience. We talked about your community and whatnot. But the other thing that we didn't actually touch on is on the Facebook pixel side, the Pinterest pixel side, the Snapchat pixel. It's super. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please Google this topic. But the idea is you want to, when you're bringing all that traffic to your website, your landing pages, your website in general, you want to make sure that you're then pixeling the individual potential customers, because they show interest in the brand. They may not buy from you immediately, but then you want to retarget them on Facebook, on Pinterest. Actually, 65-70% of our audience are women. So we just expanded to Pinterest retargeting as well. And we're doing really well on that. And I've hired an amazing marketer. She's doing an amazing marketing for us for Pinterest from Clubhouse, actually. And so when people Google us on Clubhouse, after seeing me speak on Clubhouse, or maybe on this, stage here, we are obviously pixeling them. And the reason I'm saying that is because you can do a couple of things. You can retarget them. You can build lookalike audiences. You can find the next million Veronicas who are probably going to invest in you or buy from you.
Exactly.
And it's super important to bring in organic and paid together, and don't just boost your posts. You have to work with a marketer that knows what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. The boosting, no, because you're just wasting money. Anyway, thank you so much for taking time to join us. I am so happy that you agreed to be one of our sponsors and to pop in here and come and tell us all about
Virtual Hugs. Virtual Hugs.
Hug. So yes, hello. I love the name, Hello Wolfie. Yeah. I keep saying hello, baby. Anyway, thank you very much for popping in, Arjun, and we will be moving on. Here's Tom. So, okay. So we got 5 minutes before our next speaker, Miss Lindsay, is popping on. I changed spots with her because her mom is they have to look after her mom tomorrow. So, and it's her birthday. So I want everybody to sing happy birthday, right? So let me see where she is. And I'm going to give her the link. And so let's show some. So Arjun was one of our sponsors. Omnisend was one of our sponsors. We have StreamYard with the duck. It's StreamYard.
Yes, the duck.
We've got Wave, and I don't have a mug. I need to tell them I don't have a mug. And Wave.video with the video, creating video. Kate's coming on tomorrow to talk about that. And actually, Christian is going to be first thing tomorrow morning to talk about Amazon Live. And then we be popping on Miss May King with FOMO Creative. She's helping us promote the whole thing today, which is amazing, all the way from London.
Brilliant.
So, brilliant, right? Brilliant. So I need to get a link in here. Where's my link? Hello. Actually, I did give her a link. Hang on. So, I mean, this is, So this is the great thing about doing virtual stuff, right? Because things in any event, I've created events where I've marketed events, flea markets, bazaars while I was in Holland, big events, right? 800 people. And there's always something that goes wrong, It's just like, but now you're online. It's like, oops, where are my speakers? What's happening?
It's all good. All of our speakers have been amazing today, right, Veronica?
I know, right? I know. I mean, I knew they were going to be amazing, but they're actually beyond amazing, right? They're beyond amazing. All this information is, I'm very, very excited about this. And so if you on replay, then you can. So we have it on YouTube, we have it on Facebook, we have it on LinkedIn, and we're going to be reposting it. So all this information is going to be out there.
And on Twitter.
Yes. So here's one. I said to Making this morning. She said, Twitter. Do you want me to do Twitter? And I go, well, my customers aren't really on Twitter. So what happened is she had somebody going, hey, I can't. Where's this thing? I don't have a link. And I went, oops, I do have somebody on Twitter. So you never know where your customers are coming from, right? So you have to be omnipresent. That's what Amit said, right?
That's right.
You have to be omnipresent. You have to be everywhere. And the same thing as what Arjun said as well. You have to be on all the media platforms and able to post Didn't you like that AI, Hello Wolfie? I mean, it's so exciting.
I'm totally going to check it out.
Yes,
totally.
Absolutely. Me too. So let's do a giveaway. Yes. Okay.
Do we want to bring May King on when we do a giveaway?
Yes. That's a brilliant idea.
Bring her on. May King's back.
So what am I winning? What am I winning? I'm kidding.
So we have an amazing giveaway from Omnisend, which is AirPods, right? AirPods.
Ooh.
So so they are going to, not mine. These are mine. On my mind. So if you are going to put in the comments #Omnisend, you will be put in the pot. Literally.
Oh, this is so exciting.
And Making is going to pick our winner for us. But that's going to happen tomorrow. So yes. I know the pressure, right? So we will be giving away. And when we come back on again, I will be giving a book away. So yes. So you can make #Shopify. And you can win a book as well. So Let's go.
Well, it looks like Lindsay is in the green room, so time for me to disappear and create FOMO. So we'll see you later. Bye.
So Lindsay, she's amazing. I met Lindsay in a group that's in New Hampshire, a ladies group in New Hampshire, and I met Emily while I was in social media marketing world. So,
awesome.
So
you met there as well.
Yes, right. We were actually volunteering together, right? So Lindsay also has a store called Naughty Good Bites, which is chocolate. So I worked on her store because we did a subscription, and I worked on her store with her to get her, the boxes, you can pick your chocolates. And she actually launched a store by accident. So it all created the business by accident. But she is a brand and packaging expert. And what I mean by that is not just the brand with colors and fonts and everything like that. She does packaging. So if you want to packet something, what's it? I don't have anything to packet here. If you want, you know what Apple does? The packaging for Apple? That actually is amazing. Isn't it a pleasure to unpack Apple, right?
Everything.
So that's what she does.
Yes. Brilliant.
So let's bring her on. Yeah, Lindsay. Happy birthday. Oh, Tim, let's sing happy birthday. We need to sing happy birthday. Happy birthday
to you.
Happy birthday
to you.
Happy
birthday, dear Lindsay.
Happy
birthday to you. Yay!
I feel like I've joined the party. Like I was backstage for a bit. I'm like, this place is popping right now.
So yes. So tell people. I want to tell people, obviously, what you do, but also tell them about Naughty Good Bites and how that happened.
Yeah. So I have been a graphic designer for 20 years, and I've owned a business called Tailored Image. And I've worked a lot with corporate design, but recently, but probably in the last 5 years, I've really started to focus on small businesses because I feel like that's where I can make the most impact, because for one, they're the ones who appreciate us the most, right? Like there's a business owner somewhere waiting up for that email for their new logo versus the corporate people who really, yes, they pay the bills, but it's just not the same, right?
No.
So I've done that for 20 years. Have loved being a designer. So when I say I'm a brand expert or a packaging expert, like I truly have done it for so long that expert feels weird to me, but at the same time, like it's been my life for so long. So but Naughty Good happened by accident. Like you said, it was a one-time event that I was going to do in my small town here in New Hampshire. And it was it's a holiday event. And we always, as a designer, I'm always involved in it somehow. My family's involved in it. My daughter might make dog treats or, just silly little things to kind of be part of the community. And I decided to make these chocolate bites. I do not have experience as a chocolatier, but I'm very creative, obviously, in what I do. And so I really started this in April. This event is in December, right? But I started kind of brainstorming it in April, and we launched a month before. I say launched in hindsight now, but it was a month before the event. And we did that because we wanted to kind of create a little bit of buzz. Now, as a designer, the only way you do things is all out. I didn't put some chocolates in a baggie and call it a day. Like we had packaging, we had a logo, we had a business name, everything. So we say by accident because when we launched, again, in hindsight, it was just to kind of create buzz. People want to know when they could get them. Here now, do you ship? Do you take online orders? I'm like, no, call me. And within a week, we had an online form, which was pretty archaic, but it worked. And this was only 3 years, not even 3 years ago. This 2.5 years ago. And then within another week after that, we were shipping to Florida. And we weren't shipping prior to that. We're like, just stop by. And they're like, no, I want to ship them to my grandma in Florida, whatever. So yeah, it's been a roller coaster for sure, but it's been one that I've gladly accepted. I absolutely love being able to be creative in another way while also still working with my branding clients. So yeah.
So I mean, I love, normally branding is like, oh, I need a branded website, right? There's colors and images, but nobody thinks about the packaging, right? The packaging always comes after. And you obviously did that in the beginning, and then because your packaging looks amazing, you know, it just looks inviting. You've got a little band across the box. You got the beautiful box as well. But for a small company to start that is not cheap, right?
Well,
to actually do the printing.
Right. So exactly. But there's ways to get around it. And this is what I try to teach a lot of my clients. You can go all in and certainly purchase boxes. I wasn't a business when I started this. So I actually, here, let me show you. These are boxes that this color, it's a box I bought off of, I found it. I just bought the box. And then this is our logo. But I did it with Cricut, guys. Like I used the Cricut cutter and made our logo now. This was a pain in the butt to have to do every time, but it gave that appearance. People, trusted us. People thought, they came in so that we open up our homes and artisans come in and people shop. That's what the event is all about. People would come in and be like, oh, so you're a reseller, or you're just like a rep, right? Like these are made in some big manufacturing. I'm like, no, they're made right in this kitchen. And so that's the thing. You have to get out there and make yourself look like you're, because it's a perceived value. People want to trust you. B, they want to be able to know that, feel that what they're getting is something that's coming from, like I said, somewhere trustworthy, right? The perceived value is insane. I had one client who, she makes comfort wraps, and I tell this story all the time because I think it's perfect, right? Yes. She would put her stuff in a plastic bag, put a little, piece of paper that had her logo on it, staple it to the top, okay? And she knew she was doing it all wrong. She came to me, we worked through that. We created these amazing boxes that she did invest her money into. But guys, she is now doubling her income, her sale, like the price of what was originally $12. She's now selling that same exact product for $20. And it's not because the packaging is costing her too much money. It's just because the perceived value is so much bigger. Yes.
Exactly.
So invest in that.
So you could have a plastic bottle that you put your skincare in, or I have a sample here, or you can have something that is, okay, so we won't engrave, but you can have a nice clear plastic on your bottle that looks expensive.
Absolutely.
And people will actually pay more for it. So that's how important it is.
Absolutely. Pay for that label. You can find like something like that. You can find those packages, those little amber bottles, or if you want to do clear, you can find that. Purchase that. You can still be doing it in, if you have a cottage license or whatever, then purchase the label. Much, much more inexpensive. Eventually, we graduated. Let me pull it down here. We graduated to print. These are our new boxes. These are our boxes now. Everything's printed right in there. It's much less time consuming for me. But for the first year and a half, we were hand doing them. We were putting the labels on. We were putting our logo on there. But don't miss that step. It's so important, because people are they're gonna buy into you the minute, if they see that you actually care about your product, and they're gonna think that there's something legit behind this packaging,
Yes. Exactly. And I love your logo, right? So you do from the logo to the packaging to the I always say you got to have 3 main colors, and hopefully only 2 and 1 understated color.
Yeah.
And it has to be complementary, not pink and purple and yellow.
Yeah. They kind of need to make a little bit of sense. Yeah. I always tell people to start when you're doing your branding. Your branding needs to be carried throughout everything. And exactly, like you don't have to have you don't, people come to me and they've got this like palette of like the rainbow. I'm like, guys, like there's absolutely nothing that is recognizable about that. There's nothing that is unique about that. We are so lucky with our teal. We keep saying we're the new Tiffany box, right? We're just chocolate and we're small, you know, we haven't gotten to the point of Tiffany, but people see our teal and they know it's us. People know us, right?
Yes.
You see who am I thinking of? Target and that red, and you know it's Target. So your colors need to be, you're gonna repeat your colors, you're gonna repeat those fonts, and it's gonna become boring to you. But you gotta remember that your customers maybe see 25% of what you put out there, whether it be on social media, whether it be emails. They're not gonna see everything. And so, but the more, that's what your brand, you're creating that brand. So you start by creating just a mood board. Start throwing everything on that mood board. Back in the day, we would do like magazines, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like a legit board. Nowadays, guys, we got Pinterest. Like just use it, you know, or if you don't want to, I mean, we used to bookmark pages. How painful was that? Now you have visual bookmarks, right? But yeah, I think that's a great way to do it. Just start pinning stuff that you to a board that speaks to you, that you kind of want your brand to represent. It could be a texture, it could be a palette of colors, it could be a logo that has absolutely nothing to do with your business. It could be fonts, it could be words, like anything. And you'll start to paint your own picture for sure. You'll start to like realize exactly what it is that you want your brand to feel like. And from there, you need to pick your colors. And like you said, 3 as your primary colors are really great. I usually always start with 3, but start your logo, if you're designing a logo, as black and white only. Do not let color influence. Like, don't do it. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Resist the urge to start putting color in. Do black and white first, because it has to work as one color. And that's the only way you're going to know. So you'll be influenced if you start to add color to, various logo concepts. So do that. Get your logo, figure that out as black and white. Start adding color, 3 colors tops as your primary colors. You can have a secondary palette that maybe comes in as highlight colors, and choose 2 to 3 fonts tops that you're going to use. There's font for information, and then there's font for image. Your font for image are your script fonts, your very playful fonts that you're not going to write a paragraph with it. It's just going to be a headline, or it's going to that you want one of those, 1, maybe 2. And then you just want a basic serif or sans serif font for information. That, you know what I mean? It's gonna be the content within your website or on your packaging. So those are the things, those are the basics, what a lot of people think of as branding, but you've got to create this feel, this voice too, like how you're going to talk to your customers. We at Naughty Good are super playful, but we're also have a little bit of a serious side to us. So we try to balance off that, stick with that voice, stick with that. So you want to create that, and then you want all of that to get, out into your collateral. So your website, your packaging, your shipping, when you're shipping, the boxes that you're shipping out into needs to create that experience. So remember, your brand is your experience that you're giving your customer. So start with that mood board, get that logo going, get your colors, your fonts, and then start applying it to all the fun stuff that we can apply it to.
Exactly. So I'm just doing some quick home behind the scenes. Somebody can't get in. But so here is what I also let people know. I was interviewing somebody yesterday, and she showed me her card. She's a hairdresser, esthetician, blah, blah, blah. She has a beautiful font. I mean, salon. She's going to have a salon in 1836 because she loves Texas, blah, blah, blah. And boom, there's Texas in the middle of her logo. And I go, oh, that looks so gouache. You. Okay, I said, okay. So she explained to me why she wanted Texas, because she's a Texas girl. She likes big trucks, blah, blah, blah. So it looks like it's part of her, just who she is, which is really, really good, right? So then, let me ask Tim for the new link. Then I said to her, so what to do with that Texas, why don't you use the outline, which looks elegant, right? On the edge of your card. And then, emboss it or do something with it. And then what you do is when you eventually make lots of money, then you can have a card that's actually cut out.
Right.
Which will stand out, right?
I love that. I love that bit of advice because so many people I remember this logo I did for this woman, and she wanted bold and beautiful. She wanted a woman. She wanted to represent the building, and she wanted to represent this, so she had a skyline in there. She had a woman in there. She had, everything was bold. And I was like, all right, this is one of the things I say. You don't need to wear a belt and suspenders at the same time. You don't need to do it all. You can insinuate things.
Yes, Yeah, just the outline, right?
Exactly.
Just the outline.
You can feel feminine by just using a script font. Something can feel bold just by using a bold font.
Yes.
We created the logo so that the words are kind of stacked on top of each other, which creates that feeling of something being built instead of showing a skyline of, you know what I mean? We don't have to be so literal. And so think outside that. Think simpler is better.
Simple is better.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Keep it simple, however you want to say it.
And they tend to also, I want this little writing here and this little writing here. And I go, put that logo on a business card. And can you read the writing? Because if you can't, why do you have that stuff on there? So I had also a guy's trying to import some marula oil from Namibia, and they sent us these logos, and I thought, ew. But anyway, so there was the name, and then there was this African lady head, which is very elegant with a thing. But you put it on a business card as a dot. It doesn't mean anything, right? No. It doesn't mean anything. So everything you do, make it really small onto a business card and see what it looks like.
Absolutely. When I work with my clients and I'm working on a new logo, we will work on it here, but then I always show it to them here, really itty bitty tiny. And sometimes you take what's here and there might be a version that works better, really tiny. Yes. You don't need the tagline, right? No. You just need more of the icon, or your watermark, however people refer to it in many different ways. So you have different, ways that you can still execute that logo without all the stuff. You don't need the stuff. Get people to drive them to your site or to ask, well, what are you? You don't need to tell them,
everything.
Yeah.
Everything on the logo, because and here's what happens. So you have your profile and you have your logo, this long logo, and you got this logo on the profile and it's like really small. So have different types of logos, right? Have them stacked on top of each other. Have them long for a website. If you have it in a Facebook profile or something, make sure that it's readable. So you've got to have your designer, whoever's doing your branding, making sure that you get all the options. And it's not just one, okay, this is it. You got to think of it all. So her main colors were, and I'm sorry, Christina, I'm going to throw you under the bus. But her main colors were red, white, and blue. And I go, ew. So it's like America. What's a Texas? And I know Texans love, when they Texan, they Texan, baby. I said to her, okay, so what you do is you just, and believe me, I'm not a branding person. For me, it's visual. As soon as I saw that Texas with the little dots in it, I go, no. So anyway, so what I said is, so why don't you just use like a hint? Just use a hint of the red, white, and blue, because white is so powerful. Or use the background for blue and hints of red, and something like that. But one color has to be your dominant color. But so it is, and so first I chucked it out of the door, and then I had to come back and go, okay, maybe we can if this is the way you feel, this is who you are. Then let's think about what you can do around it.
And your brand should absolutely be an extension of who you are, but you have to be a little bit careful, because most importantly, it should be an extension of who you are, but you want it to be the experience that they're going to feel when they come in the door, and if you're not going to be all patriotic and waving the flag, and it's going to be, some sort of, who knows, when you come in that door, maybe tone back a little bit on that, you know,
Yes.
maybe a classier way as a salon to,
Yes.
and I'm certainly not saying
No.
patriotic isn't classy, not, you know, but you know what I mean? Maybe there's a way to bring that up a little bit, make it a little more upscale, so that the feel is more in line with what they're going to get when they walk in that door, you know?
So here's what we talked about before, is don't make it cheap, make it the quality, right? So when people do walk in, because I said, oh, that's not very elegant, you know, because you want to charge people, you know,
Absolutely.
but you want to attract you want to attract your Texans or whoever, but you also want to attract people that can actually pay you for what you're worth, right? And that goes with any book. I'll kick back to my book, but anything that you are packaging. And so you also mentioned the actual physical, and I know we talked about your packet. So how do you send out your chocolates?
Yeah, so this is another opportunity. Don't miss these opportunities to brand and to create that experience for your customers. Because when we do, 90% of ours is shipping. We have people who will pick up, we deliver some, we have some wholesale, but really we are an online business. And so we use, it's so expensive to have shipping boxes printed. And in all honesty, don't waste your money. Like it's just it will get just thrown away. Whereas my box that my chocolates are in, at least that's around until the chocolates are eaten, right? But we just invest in the regular white boxes. We use the mailers so that the lid kind of comes down and tucks in. And we brand that. And you can brand that with, hold on. I have a bag of tricks. You can brand it with, right? So you guys, right at Vistaprint or something, get them printed with your logo, put them on all sides. We brand it with that. Or you have like the tape. Again, inexpensive, not that expensive. Go to Sticker Mule and get that. So the outside, first and foremost, get that branded, but it doesn't mean you don't have to get them printed. Or if you have bags, poly mailers, those come in so many different colors, you know, just buy the color and put a label on it so people know it's you. People know when they see our boxes come, they see the white box with the logo and they're like, yes, my Naughty Good came. But on top of that, when they open our boxes, there is a full experience. There's kind of layers of information. They might have like a welcome or a thank you, you know, for their order right when they open up. Then we use crinkle paper, and our boxes are kind of nested inside navy blue, what am I thinking of? Tissue paper, so that they don't move around, and then topped with the white crinkle paper. So it's like this whole unveiling, you know, they get to see this. Oh, there she's thanking me. And, you know, make them feel important. Don't miss that part. Don't just throw something in a bag and send it off and say, you know, you want to create that experience. I mean, our chocolates have to be really nicely packaged. And in the summer, we have to include, you know, some sort of like thermal bubble wrap, and we have to do ice packs and all of that stuff. But that's just more logistics for us. We still create that experience. And you want to do that. You want that unveiling, because it's, I had this one customer who ordered for all of his customers. He's a business owner, and he ordered for all of his customers last fall who had purchased from him. And we sent a thank you, big ticket item that they purchased. So he wanted to send a really nice thank you to all of them. And it included our chocolates, and included a custom mug, and included, because we collaborate with other women-owned businesses, included this woman that we collaborate with who does coffee. So it was this full experience. It had, you know, their logo on it, but it also, of course, had our packaging. But he received so many responses. He was floored by the amount of responses he received from people who he'd been giving this. Usually they do a beach towel. It's a boat company. So they usually do a beach towel with their logo embroidered. And they've done that for years. He's like, Lindsay, I have never received so many compliments of people literally stopping by to say thank you, calling me, who picks up the phone anymore, calling me to say thank you, sending me an email to say thank you. And I told him, I said, you know, it really didn't much matter what we put in there. Now our chocolates, we say will stand on their own any day. But it didn't matter. It was the experience we created. We made them feel important. We made them feel special, and like this was selected just for them. So do that with your customers. Take that time. It will pay off in dividends. I promise you, it will pay off. You know, they will not forget you, and they'll, you know, who knows who that's going to lead to? Somebody else who's going to share your name, or they're going to buy themselves. And we see that a lot of repeat customers who were gifted our bites, and then they've in turn gone to somebody else. It's like this, you know, this ripple effect. It's amazing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, in the boxes, you can put your discounts, you can put, so I always claim to put a handwritten note, you know, and if you have so many customers, you can't handwrite it anymore, then you can hand print it, right? But just, you know, that, hey, you know, I'm thinking about you. I actually took my time out to write your note to say, thank you for shopping with us. And a lot of people don't do that, right? It's like, just thank them. They have spent their money with you, so thank you. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's just taking that extra step. It's really important to, like you said, the whole perceived value. They're going to think, you know, you value them. It's just it's going to come back on you tenfold. I promise.
Yes, exactly. So I've just been thinking that you need to help my new customer, because we're talking about packaging and shipping and all sorts of new stuff for a new oil that they're bringing into America. It's all very exciting. Yes. And
I'm here.
I know, right? I know. But okay, so what else can we? So we talked about the packaging and develop it. And as you said, you know, you can actually do it on a low budget. You do not have to spend a lot of money. But I like that logo that you stuck on. You can stick it outside the box, because people will recognize. And here also, when it actually arrives, the note arrives from Naughty Good Bites, and these are chocolates. You know, starting to get excited about it. And I just mentioned Apple this morning about when I was talking about you, I mentioned Apple and how excited we are about unpacking Apple, right? It's like, and you hate throwing all that stuff away, right?
Oh, I know. My kids, they drive me nuts. They save it all. I'm like, no, right? We don't need any more Apple boxes around here. As a designer, everything's Mac, so everything's Apple. But
I know.
But it's also, I'm glad you pointed that out, because the other thing is, I do primarily print. I love, you know, print is not dead and gone just because so much is online. Because taking that opportunity, there's so many different papers out there in stocks. How many times do you get that box from Apple and you feel it, and it feels so amazing, right? It's that really smooth kind of satin feel. It's the particular material that they're using. I mean, they have gone down to the material, and that is so vital to find somebody who understands that. And I wanted to point out too, because I know it's one thing we both talked really heavily about in the past, is photography. Like, make sure your products, I do my own photography right now. I can't wait to someday be able to pass it on. But as a designer, you know, just enough to be dangerous, but you can do it now. There's so many ways. Get yourself a light box, put it in there, get proper lighting, and get good photos. Like, don't go out there with something that is blurry or that isn't even, done right. Just take a little tutorial and do, you know, make sure that you do pay attention to that part as well. Because online, even though I'm a print gal, online, the print and the packaging is only going to look as good as your photos.
Exactly. You know? You know, images, photos are so important. And as I said, it's so easy now. The name Naughty Good Bites. Yes, exactly, Stephen. So that blew me away as well, believe me. And you said a branding again, right? Branding. So photography. So Stefan's going to be talking about photography tomorrow, and what to do. Create your own stock photos, because so many people use the same old photos because they're free, and you just can walk out and do your own photos, right? And yes, I mean, I've done, and I love photography. Fortunately, I've got a really good camera, but you can do it on your phone. I mean,
for sure. Oh my gosh, the phone.
Unbelievable.
I will do both. I have a really good camera, and then I also use my iPhone, and I will do both, because sometimes I'm like, oh, this one actually is a little better, you know?
Yes. And you can highlight it and everything. And so, I mean, if you need light out, you know, I was giving a lecture about videos and equipment. I do to a Polish college for some unknown reason. But anyway, so I was telling them the cheapest version to actually have lights is to two pot lights. They're $5 each.
Yeah.
And you can put a really good bulb in there, and that's it. That's your light. You don't have to have expensive boxes and lights and all sorts of things. Use the outside light. And look at me. You know, I'm highlighted here.
Yeah, I know. My light's behind me, so I'm a little backwards at the moment. But
this is a good example of, you know, is using the natural light that you have to take your photography. I mean, and so I've seen so many bad, especially with food.
Yeah.
Oh my God, food is so important. You have to look online and go, and you got to look at Lindsay's chocolates. They look delish. They seriously look delish. And the photography looks like it's made by a professional.
Yeah.
So just take, there's so many apps as well to take out the background and make it really look special.
It really is. Yeah. I know. Don't critique it too much. If there's photographers out there, no critiquing. But but you have to remember, like I have to remember too, as a designer, sometimes you know what I would look at and go, oh gosh, I can see that this is that shouldn't be like that. Most people aren't going to see it, right? So I can get away with a lot of me doing it myself right now. Yes. But I'm sure there's plenty I can do differently. And then there's some photos that aren't so great, but for the most part, I feel like we're doing what we can, not having to break the budget. You know, you don't have to hire these people.
What I've found with photographers, sorry, Stefan, I'm sure you're not doing the same thing, but we have a wide website. We have a banner, right? And they take these really close-up photos that I can't do anything with. I can maybe make it into a square, but I can't use it as a banner, right? Yeah. So when you have somebody take your photograph, doesn't matter who it is, if it's a friend or somebody, or even professionals, I've seen the same thing. I want a banner. Yeah. You know, you're going to put it on your website. You need lots of space on the side so you can actually shrink it down and make it into a banner. And a lot of people don't. A lot of photographers don't do that. So I'll be asking Stefan about that.
Yeah,
well, right?
That's great. Yeah, your photography absolutely should and he probably does it when you're in there and you're taking those close-ups. Pull away, move things around a little bit and expand so that you don't have to go back and take them all over again. You know, take as many as you can. I think for one product, I probably have, 50 shots. It's crazy, you know? Yeah.
So when you're taking it back, you get in the software and you can make it square and easily make it smaller, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think Seth is going to join us soon. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us and popping on. And I know you're very busy with your birthday. Happy birthday again. And also tomorrow. I'm so happy that you can make it and join us. And
I know. I'm so happy we were able to figure this out. Thank you so much. I always love chatting with you, and we don't get to chat.
Right? We're way too busy. Okay, now we have Mr. Seth Gordon. No, it's not Seth Gordon. I keep saying it's Seth Gordon. Seth Kornfeld. Yes, we have the wrong
nice
thing
to see you. Great to see
you. Yes. I have been talking nonstop today. I did not realize that I had to do so many interviews where people go, okay, we'll do interviews style. And I go, no, do a presentation. But anyway, so Seth, I've met Seth because he's been my guru in shipping. If I have any questions, shipping, import, export, I call Seth. If my customers have problems, I call Seth. So Seth, tell them what you do and your company and everything.
My name is Seth Kornfeld, and I work with InExpress. I have a shipping company. We're a reseller. We're DHL's 5th largest customer in the United States, and basically we take volume, the volume shipping that we have, and we leverage that to provide our customers with discounted rates and shipping services. So we help we target small to medium-sized businesses. We help, teach them about the marketplace and help them, provide them with discounts as if they were a large company and a large shipper. So we work with them, and it's a lot of fun because they get to learn about different people's businesses and what they're doing, and try to help them out. And you never know what questions you're going to have and what's going to come up, but it's always something interesting and fascinating. It's fun to, to help solve, and, most importantly, fun to help, fun to watch customers grow, small businesses into companies. And that's what I love to do.
So yes, I know. I mean, just an example. So I had a lady that boutique that actually was going to import stuff from Hong Kong. Remember, before this was when life was normal, before COVID, and you helped her because there were different ways of how to class the product when she was importing it, right? Because everything that is made of is part of the import duties.
Yes, no, it's very important. I mean, they especially, a lot of people's goods are made in China, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, with the increased tariffs, you have to be aware of your product and the additional costs that you're going to incur when importing it. And to make sure you're classifying it the right way. If you just have to watch and understand and make sure that you know your product and what is being classified, and take account for, the potential duties and taxes, which may be 20% more with the new tariff than what you were expecting. So, it's very important that everyone knows their product and, accounts for all the different, importing fees and destination fees, and, having an import bond and is aware, so they know what the landing costs are of each of their products, so they can distribute and sell properly.
Exactly. So I also know, I've worked with you for a while, right? So I know that one of our clients was freighting steel products, and you got them from $800 for the shaft to $150, which was, to me, was like, whoa. I mean, that makes a huge difference on actually freighting something. So you have a whole slew of connections when you freight in the United States, right?
Yes. So we work with, the top 50 largest shipping companies, domestic freight carriers. And we have a website that in a shipping portal that's like kind of like Kayak, but for freight. So you put in your origin, destination, your origin zip code, your destination zip code, and the weights and dimensions of your pallet that you're sending, your product that you're sending, and it populates 50 to 60 different options with different pricing and transit times and everything with all the major carriers, UPS, FedEx, Freight, R&L, Roadrunner, all the major carriers, and you choose which one is the cheapest or which is the best that suits my needs.
So I have a small store, for instance. We're going to get down from the big guys to the baby ones. So I have a small store and I want to ship something out. So I work with Shopify, so do you, and with all the other shopping carts, but specifically talking about Shopify today. And so I cannot put dimensional, I can put a package in like your default packet, but then when you actually in the order and you want to create your shipping label and everything, you have to change your package. So you can't get around that in Shopify. So do you have a tip for actually pricing out your product properly so you charge enough shipping?
Yeah, I mean, you really have to know your product. You have to know the weights and dimensions of your packages that you're going to send out and be able to calculate properly for it. If you don't, because a lot of people include, have free shipping. And I know it's attractive to do that. But if you don't account for the weights and dimensions, you're going to get charged more money for that shipment. And it's, you may lose money sending a product, and that's not the goal. So, you need to make sure when you're loading all of your products into Shopify that you make sure you're loading up, the proper, box sizes and accounting for those. So when you send your goods, you know what you're going to be spending on it for shipping, and you're not going to lose money on it.
Exactly. And so what happens is, okay, and a lot of people don't know how this works, right? So you literally have to weigh your product, and then you have the weight of your package, and Shopify or your shopping cart actually puts it together and gives you then a real-time rate if you have real-time rates. But don't forget about all the little stuff that you put in the box. People tend to just weigh the box and, okay, now we're putting this little bit in and we're putting this little bit in, and eventually the weight is not the right one. And you don't want your customers to pay for your extra weight, right? So always make sure that your box is the right weight. So if I had, and I have this problem, right? So if I have small products and then I have bigger products, how do I get around that problem on a shopping cart? Because it is all, shopping carts are only built for small products.
Well, you can have live rating tools, and if you need to incorporate, if we're focusing on Shopify, you really need to focus and when you're putting in your items, you need to identify all the weights and dimensions. Now you can always say call for if it's something that's really big and special pricing to do it, but it's very important that you're accounting for those larger weights and size boxes.
Yes.
So when you're logging in each and every one of your items, that you're accounting for those in your cart.
Yes,
and it's very clear.
Should you have the post weight everything? Yes. So Tiffany's asking, should you have the post office weigh everything to make sure you have the correct weight? I use my cooking little scale.
Yeah, you can pay $10, $15, $20 and get a little scale for yourself and weigh all of your products. That's the best thing to do. You don't want to guess too much over.
Yes.
You want to make sure it's right.
Yes.
And so it's better just buy a cheap, $15 scale and weigh your packages and.
Yes. And if you have heavier packages, you can have one of those hanging things, right?
Yes.
Like the fish. I caught this really big fish. So right. So yes,
Correct.
I mean, we have. So with my one customer, we have like the really heavy stuff and some really light stuff. So what I've done is I've created 2 different profiles for them in Shopify. So the ones that are heavy, there is a note that says, hey, call us for shipping. Or if you have the lighter one that says, hey, you can have your product now. Right. Yes. Okay. So the shipping is, so another tip I give people is rather buy your shipping label, which is the cost of your shipping, from a provider, not directly from UPS or USPS, because it costs you nearly double sometimes.
Well, it depends. If you're, like a company like myself, we've got, within Express, and we're a reseller. We're providing your own DHL or UPS account, DHL for the international shipping and UPS primarily for domestic, but also international. We're providing you a discounted rate. If you go directly to the UPS store, you're going to pay a lot. You're going to pay a market rate. Through, a provider like if you use a provider like us, you can still get the same services. You can use those carriers with UPS and DHL, but you're getting it at a deeper discounted rate.
Yeah.
And Express, for example, provides, we monitor your shipments. So if there's any issues, we can help you. And you're just actually someone that you can call,
text.
or text. Yeah.
I need you. Yeah. So literally, I literally have Seth on call. He knows if I'm saying hello, then he knows he has to call me back. But it's because that relationship that you create with somebody. I mean, an example, I took my packet to the UPS little baby store, and we had to get it out, and we packed it up, and it was like must have been about 65 pounds, right? In a big box. Anyway, so I priced it out and I looked on Shopify, who have good rate as well now. And it was $48. And UPS were going to charge me $100 and something. So with the insurance and with the sign for it, which was double the price than what I would get with a carrier. So that made a huge difference to whatever the customer is going to pay compared to, or what the customer paid, and then what I had to put in extra because my boxes weren't correct, and then compared to what I would have to pay if I took it directly to UPS or USPS. And they are expensive, right?
It's very expensive. So if you use, whether you're using the Shopify rates or using, InExpress's discounted rates, with UPS or DHL Express, I would highly recommend, not going directly to the post office or the UPS store, because you will pay, 3 times as much, and more, you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, the cool thing in Shopify, there's a new thing as well, is you can actually have your packet picked up by UPS. So if you have a lot of packets, we always want, a whole bunch of packets. You don't actually have to go anywhere to actually take them to UPS store. So I want to talk a little bit more about, so what if you do international shipping? Obviously, DHL does international shipping, so you do international shipping as well, right?
Yes, and DHL Express and UPS, but UPS, focus on international shipping, and that's where we specialize. Yeah. And everyone that's starting a new store that's saying, hey, I don't know that I'm this international presence, and what am I going to do? Why am I going to sell international? Who's going to see me? The question that I say is, why not? Yes. If you're selling the United States or Canada, you're only reaching so many people. Yes. And there's so many more people in the world that may be interested in your product. So, yes. With social media these days, you can reach anyone, anywhere, at any time. And a little bit of marketing, and you have access to billions of people around the world that they can send your product. And the only difference between sending something domestically and internationally is a commercial invoice. That's the only extra thing that you need is to put it together, commercial invoice. And a commercial invoice, all it is a packing slip, basically, that itemizes what you're sending, because customs wants to know where it's going. Yes. And the responsibility for duties and taxes is always on the receiver. For e-commerce, it is, so when your customers are buying things from your site, this isn't the first time they've bought internationally. They know that there's going to be duties and taxes associated with that item that they're going to be responsible for. Now, nothing is perfect, and there's always going to be issues with any sort of shipment, whether it's domestic or international. But they're aware of the responsibilities, and it's a great opportunity for to utilize social media and to access people around the world to send and share your products.
Exactly.
And the one thing that you'll know is for the smaller, it does cost more to send something internationally. So you'll be aware of that. That it may cost $5 to $20 to send something internationally, depending on the weight and dimensions. But it can be done.
Yeah, exactly. And so here is what I advise everybody: have in your shipping FAQs. Tell your international customers they are responsible for the VAT and the import taxes, right? You are not responsible for it. In fact, my little puzzle lady, and we've spoken about her before, and her boxes are heavy because the puzzles are heavy, right? So she has really cool descriptions or explanations in her shipping, and one of them is I put your packet in the hands of the USPS guy. I'm not responsible what he does with it. So I don't know when it's going to get there, but I have faith in our system and it's going to get there. But don't start blaming me if you don't get your packet. But I just laugh because she's been in business for such a long time that whatever problems she's had or questions she's had with her customers, she's always written them down, and she adds them all to her FAQs. So she makes sure that she is covered if anybody starts complaining. And people can complain very loudly, and especially with social media, if they're not happy. So the shipping, and also we're working on another issue with shipping some stuff from Namibia to United States, and your advice was get the local guy to give them a price to see if you can compete. Otherwise, you'll just take it over from when it comes into the country. So when it comes into the country, then I just push everything onto your plate. I'm not doing anything. So this is the thing, that if you have somebody that you are talking to about any services, we talked about VAs and sales tax yogis and all sorts of things. If you have that personal person that you are working with, and believe me, Seth only charges you whatever the shipping is that customer service is so important. And Seth, I love your customer service. I mean, that's how you stand out from anybody else that I've ever worked with. Is you never shine. Hey, come and you will help anybody just to get them moving on their products and whatever they're doing. So any questions you have, guys, you can ask me or ping Seth, and he will get back to you. Not always on the same day, because this guy is seriously busy these days, because he's into shipping PPEs. Are they called PPEs?
Is correct, yes.
PPEs. So what are PPEs again?
It's personal protective equipment, mask and gloves, and we're working on projects right now. One to South America to help to get to help protect people from COVID, and it's a lot of work, but it's good, and we're helping people, and but I love that's great, and I love I love helping the whichever customers there are, whatever you're doing. It's I like to take on challenges and projects, and I love seeing people succeed with their businesses and help them grow.
Exactly. That's why I like working with you. I mean, anybody I fling at you, it's like you immediately help them, which is fabulous. Okay, so I don't think there are any questions. Normally we hang around for questions. It's getting very late in the day, so I think everybody's gone and had wine. But thank you so much for popping in and helping us out and talking about the shipping. One of, I think, the most important aspect of your business on e-commerce is shipping, because you've got to get it to your customer. So, I mean, I can't even stress it how important it is.
Yes, and I'd love to, if anyone has, any questions or needs any help, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to even just discuss and, share different options and other ways to look at it if you haven't looked at it. And, hopefully, can save you money and time, and, make sure your customers are all happy. So I appreciate Veronica's fantastic. And, I just, I love working with her, and appreciate, her inviting me to come on today and share a little about myself and what we've been doing together. So it's a lot of fun.
Yes, so, I know, right? Okay, thank you so much for popping in. Bye. Okay, so we're waiting for Ms. Liz Scott.
We are paging Liz Scott. Paging Liz Scott.
So we have our last speaker on, and I'm talking a lot.
You are. Today you are the queen of talking.
Today I'm the queen of blahing, baby. So
blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. So she's not on yet, but so what can we do for shall we bring May on again?
Yeah, May King, you want to come on with us?
And just do our sponsors again.
Yes. May King.
Aren't you getting tired? I mean, this is late for you, right? I love I love the hat. I love
Thank
the
you.
hat.
Thank you so much.
Tim needs a bullhorn. So yes, so we talk about our sponsors again, and you doing our FOMO for us, which is fear of missing out, right?
Missing out. That's right.
So, fear of missing out, and this is the thing: is that she does all the marketing before and during, especially during, right? People forget about during, and also afterwards. So we are actually going to have a live about this to talk about what we did, what was good, what was bad, and I'm going to be totally transparent. This is going to be so much fun. Believe me. It's like my husband go, "You on your computer again? You got to get off." And I go, "No, just this last thing. That's this last thing, right?" And poor Tim's on the chatting. "Hey, I need this. Hey, I need this." You know. So I definitely needed a VA on this session. Believe me.
Well, I mean, I actually wanted to raise an incredible point that you brought up earlier, because Amit from Omnisend.
Yes.
You shared that story about, you and I were discussing this morning about whether we should use Twitter, and you were thinking, oh, well, I don't know if my customers are going to be on Twitter. And then, of course, we had someone asking, let me into the summit, and she tweeted us, right? So, I really appreciate you bringing that subject and that topic up, because Amit said, you've got to be omnipresent. You've got to be on all the socials. And so using his platform and making sure that you're creating that buzz and excitement, you have to be on all the channels, even if Instagram is your favorite one. Your customers might be on Twitter, your customers might be on Facebook, your customers might be on LinkedIn and YouTube. So you need to make sure, as a business, you need to be on all these channels in order to increase the chances of people finding and buying from you. There's a lot of pressure. There is a lot of pressure for business owners to think, oh no, I haven't got enough time to go on everything. But there's lots of little things that you can do just to make sure that you do have a bit of a presence. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that too much, because I don't want to scare your clients.
No, I mean, and that's a lot of them are small customers, and it is a huge issue to be everywhere because we only have so many hours in a day, so you got to think of, okay, so if I can't do this, I have to be everywhere. What can I cut out of my budget to actually get somebody in to help me? Even as Amanda said, 2 hours a week, right? 2 hours a week makes a huge difference because they know they are focused on exactly what they're doing. Because if you had to do it, if I had to do it, I kept saying to Tim, I'm sort of got sidetracked. Ooh.
And in fact, we had is it Arjun from Hello Muffy? Yes. So I mean, he talks about repurposing, and so for anybody who's not technical, repurposing is basically kind of like copy and paste, to be honest with you. So, if you've got that one piece of social media content which is just amazing, that shows off your brand, we talked to Lindsay about branding, the importance of branding. If you've got an incredible photograph, you want to show the world about your business, your products, right?
Yes.
So copy and paste, repurpose that photograph of your product onto different platforms. And, so repurposing is really, really important, but you need to do it correctly. You need to do it well. Like I say, I don't want to overwhelm you, but it is, and your clients, because we've all got to start somewhere, okay? We've all got to, start with that one social media channel and then increase when you get more confident and stuff. But repurposing, making sure that one piece of content that you may have created with Wave.video, one of our sponsors, if you create that incredible video, show it off on Twitter, show it off on YouTube, show it off on Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn and everywhere. That one piece of content, share it across lots of different channels. That's the whole, you need to consider that in order to increase the chances of your product being seen by lots of people and possibly buy from you. I just wanted to sort of raise that subject because I think that, Amit from Omnisend, made a lot of sense. And of course, Hello Wuffy also made a lot of sense with repurposing. So anyway, I'm going to shut up.
But speaking of being multi-channel, right? We're using StreamYard today, and we're streaming to Facebook, we're streaming to YouTube. Making said before, what is that icon? Where did that person comment from? There's actually somebody from YouTube, Veronica.
I know.
So we're also streaming to Twitter and LinkedIn as well. So it's the same idea.
Again, echoing that message of, you have to be on all the channels to increase your chances of your product or your service being seen, but there is a right way of doing it, as I say. But anyway, we'll talk about that another time.
Brilliant. Thank you, May. I love bringing you on and just yapping away. So let's bring on Liz, and we're going to be talking about accounting, QuickBooks. Yes, very, very important. Hey, Liz.
Hi, Liz.
I feel like I just joined a party.
Oh yes, you have joined a party, believe me. So it's been a whole day. So this is the end. Thank you, because it's been a long day. But anyway, you are the last and the best, because you are going to be talking about numbers and QuickBooks, and it's so important to know your numbers.
I agree. So now that I know that I was pulled in the last, I had seen it on the schedule. I think that's cool, because this is where all the pieces start to pull together. And
Exactly.
You're right. Numbers are where I belong. The numbers where I get excited. And, whenever I start thinking about, the last presenter, when she was talking about getting your advertising out there, making sure that you have awareness around your brand and who you are. That's the part that then gets measured, right? So then you can say inside of QuickBooks or whatever you're managing those numbers to say, what is my return on that investment for marketing? What's my return on all of these different pieces that happen? And so I take all of that data and I help small business owners understand just how are they performing.
Exactly. And I tell you what, we talked about numbers throughout the whole day, literally today. So it was Amanda with the VAs and hiring VAs, and then we had so Amit was on the Omnisend, and we talked about the sales tax and how to work with that, and you got to know how much all that's going to cost you, and also the tariff. The tariff taxes have changed so much, so that has to be in your product, and then eventually you got to know your fixed costs, and I love saying this, fixed costs and variable costs, right? So you know how many units you have to sell to actually break even, just break even, never mind sell a lot.
Right, otherwise it's just a glorified hobby.
Yeah. And I've seen companies actually lose money. They sell the products and they're actually losing money. So they keep pouring money in because they see the money comes through, but they never look at the numbers. And they don't realize how little they make. Example, one of my customers, she made easily $200 something plus dollars. She made $20,000 profit the whole year.
Oh,
she didn't look at her numbers.
So all too often, one of the things that I hear is somebody will say, I'd really like to grow my business, or I'd really like to have more. And so I have to kind of digest, what exactly do you mean by more? Are you talking about you really want more volume? Or are you actually talking about you want to bring more money home? And so whenever we start diving into that conversation, then we're able to see, okay, well, if what you just mentioned, your fixed prices are what they are, and then you have your fixed costs, they are what they are, is there no room in order to make any types of adjustments? Or do we really need to maybe adjust some of those prices? And then now we're starting to see an increase of net worth, net income. So that way we're able to say this is actually worth it, because otherwise it's just busy work if you're not profitable.
Exactly. So what advice would you give somebody that's starting out? A good example, I have my client who has selling her paintings, right? She paints them, and nobody thinks about hours that she puts in it. But now she's painted it, now she's selling the prints, now she can make some extra money. So what is your advice for looking at those numbers?
So I really like to talk through all of the financial story. And so that's the part that, I really say to begin with, is to start to understand what each of those financial statements actually mean. And that's whenever they start to have value to you. Otherwise, you're just looking at black and white paper and you're just like, this is just worthless. And so I really like to think about your balance sheet. That's what you own and what you owe, and it's what you take home. And so if you have inventory, how much inventory do you have? We're in a drop ship world. Do you really need that much inventory? Because that's sucking up all of your cash flow. And so if you think about maybe you don't need as much inventory, that's great, because that allows you to plan for then moving over to your profit and loss, being able to say, I have expenses, I have payroll, I have maybe shipping. So all of those pieces really play into the area that I focus most is listening to the U.S. Bureau of Labor, who tells us that 20% of small businesses fail the first year, 50% fail the second year, and it has everything to do with cash flow. A profitable business can fail.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, exactly. So you have to look at even the card you put in, in any extra. And again, people don't look at the actual hours they put in, because you have to look at that as well. So it takes you X amount of hours to actually create the label, put the label on the box, take the box to USPS. Because here's the thing is, if you are growing, you're going to put somebody in that position and you have to charge for that labor, or you're going to get charged for the labor. So, and if you're growing, then you have to employ or not employ, but you have to get in a social media person and a VA and a guy that handles your scanning your products. So you got to take everything into account when you are looking at a small business, because and I've seen small businesses at the point where, okay, now I'm getting busy. Lady has the weighted blankets, right? So she's supplying Whole Foods, and she's so busy supplying Whole Foods, she actually has to get somebody in to help her to sew the stuff. So, and she's very lucky that she works with a business consultant to help her with those costs, right? But that's what you have to think about.
Yep, I agree with you. And so I was thinking about adding into chat my link that actually has a whole bunch of templates on it. And so the reason that I went and grabbed that is because this is a link that I have on my website that talks about what do you need to worry about? What do you need to think about whenever you're opening up a business? So if you're in that first year, there's actually some resources here to say, how much money do you need for capital? What is it? Are you a high risk cash flow business? Are you low risk? And so it actually has some measurements that are on there, and you can actually use these templates, and it's got some statistics that are around then if you are an established business, what do you need to think about for cash flow, and what are some of those tools that are available to you? And some of them are just free out in the world, and other ones that I've got on my website are tools that are embedded inside of QuickBooks Online. Yes. And so if you're a subscriber into the QuickBooks Online, then you get these tools also for free.
Ooh. So, okay, so here's the question. QuickBooks Online. So when should a business start with QuickBooks? And it's not expensive. I didn't realize how cheap it was, right?
I agree with you. So when should somebody go start up the QuickBooks file? And I would say it's all about in the very, very beginning. Whenever you say, I need to invest some capital into this business, okay, well, you need to log that capital somewhere. And so that's the important piece of where it kind of begins in your cash journey into influxing cash into the business. And then you start to have all of these expenses. What I find is sometimes these new business owners, they're like, oh, it's so crazy in the very beginning. I don't know where everything's coming from. And they get, 9 months down the road and they suddenly feel like their Excel sheet, their little Post-it notes, all that little chicken scratch now means nothing to them, because they've had so many different ideas and things swimming around in that 9-month period that they already then feel financially behind. Yeah. So it's like you said, QuickBooks is really not that expensive. You can do the simple start for $25 a month.
Yeah, and it's incredible. So how would you start it? I mean, would you start with capital that you're putting in? Because a lot of small businesses start with credit cards, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. So I put that chat over or that link over in our private chat. I'm not sure how to add it over to our comments in case.
He will add it. Yes.
So you asked me the question about where. Say that again. I got distracted.
Okay. So when should they? We asked when they should start. Where should they start? So inputting the expenses.
Right.
I always think you should keep up with it on a monthly basis, because 6 months down the road you're going to look at it and go, ooh, this person's actually not earning as much money as what I thought it was, right? So.
No, I agree with you. So where you should input the data, I really am a big advocate of QuickBooks Online. And the reason that I'm not an advocate of Excel sheets is because Excel sheets are to that one person, where it's meaningful to that one person. But if you go to try and give that to your tax accountants, they're not going to understand your formulas. They're not going to understand the way that you put it together. And so that's why I say use some type of database, so that way you can turn that data. And, that's the place that I say where to start. And then, those first steps on what to enter. Again, it's like you need to be able to have money in order to, spend money for those expenses. So that's the first piece is that investment in capital. And then each of those expenses, I get it, that a lot of people are using their personal credit cards in the very beginning. I understand that. And so that's one of those things that even those types of transactions can be tracked and should be tracked, because eventually you want to have a profitable business that then you can take that money and pay yourself back.
Exactly. So would you recommend somebody that's starting up, and I do, by the way, would you recommend somebody starting up and going, hey, I need a consultant just to talk over my ideas, set me up, and off I go?
I do. And so, one of the questions that I get asked sometimes is, where do I begin? And it's a consultation, and it's usually just a small investment in time to be able to say, here's how you should be doing things. Then you go off and do those things, and then you come back later whenever you really need us. And so in our industry, in our firm, what we feel is that we get requests whenever people are in need. And so it's kind of like whenever you go to the doctor, you don't go because you're excited to go. You go because you need to go. And usually you've waited too long to go. And so we say, go ahead and do some preventative care. And so come and check in with us first. And then along the way, we can do support to make sure that you're where you need to be. And then at some point, whenever you say, I want to outsource this, you can.
Exactly. And Amanda does a VA work, and she also has a VA team that help her. And she said that, some of her clients just say, I need you 2 hours a month, right? I need you just to do this little bit for me. And that also helps a small business, because then you don't have to think about, okay, so where did she say, do I have to put this stuff? And I find the same thing in Shopify. When I help clients in their stores and everything, they come back and I go, so how did we do this again? No, I just normally go, look at my videos. But still, unless you are doing it on a daily basis, you're not going to remember what somebody is trying to teach you.
I agree. And in the very beginning, it's a lot that's happening all at once. Which is why so often, it's easy to get behind, because you don't always have the answers as to exactly how to do something. So you go, oh, that's just something I'm going to deal with later. And then all of a sudden you have this task list of later things that are so big that you have to unpack each one and try to figure out, where did the money come from? What were you doing? What were you thinking at that time? And so what I really, that link that's in there, the thing that's nice is you put in a budget and you say, these are my goals. This is what I'd like to do. And then you can track your progress. What did you actually spend? What did you actually do? And are you hitting your goals? Were they realistic? Or do you need to go back and say, maybe I was really aiming high, or maybe I was aiming low? And then you can make some adjustments as you go. But if you don't know where you're headed, how can you measure your success?
I know. Because so when I was talking to Amy with the sales tax, a lot of people have all that sales tax and all that money in their account, and they think, ooh, I've got lots of money. And in the meantime, some of that money doesn't belong to you. So you've got to separate it. And also you have to remember that doing your marketing, you should be doing at least 15 to 25% of your money should go toward marketing, so you can get those customers back in again. So that's not, and especially in the beginning, it is hard. It's hard to put your money back in and not actually use the money and go, oh, let's go on a holiday, right?
Right. That's scary. I mean, it's a risk. And so, as an entrepreneur myself and you too, we get that risk, and it is a fun roller coaster. And I am all about jumping on that ride, and here we go. But I think that you need to be calculated in those risks. You need to, those are real dollars. Those are real, tangible dollars that you are investing inside of your business, and you need to make sure that you're making good decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's an example. I should know better, right? I really should know better. So I was selling my book online on Amazon, and I know how much I get for my book, right? It pops onto my little thing, my calculator, and it's all very cool. And then I think, maybe I should do some advertising for it so I can sell more books, right? Which I did. And then about 3 or 4 days ago, I went, how much money am I really making, right?
Right.
So you got to look at your costs, the things that literally, how much money do you have in your pocket? Of that money you're going to spend on marketing, and not on just the whole amount that you can get in. But also you can't expect to grow faster if you're not spending any money on your marketing and your advertising.
Back there, hi.
So yes. So I mean, and everything you're doing is calculating your costs. I mean, we are refurbishing our boat right now. You're calculating the cost. Shall we spend money on this? Shall we? And that money comes down, right?
I agree. Well, I mean, you got me excited. The talking numbers, I could go on and on forever, but the thing that you just hit home on is whenever people start thinking about the expenses, they nail a few of them, but then they forget about that leaky faucet where it might be utilities, it might be insurance, it might be all of these small little things, the shipping, all of that gas going back and forth, that's time. And that's part of your cost formula. That is part of what you should consider. And so you were talking about, volume of sales, and then that net income piece that you had that customer that landed on. And that's one of those things that I really try to bring home, is to say, okay, great. If you had $200,000 worth of sales and you consider that a success, well, okay, great. But if you had $199,000 in expenses, that's not a success. You had $1,000 profit. So that income amount does not really, that sales amount does not really equal how well you're doing. You need to pull in all of those different pieces, and you laugh.
I'm laughing because I've been there. I've made $5 million. My recruiting company, I built it within 4 years to between $4 and $5 million. And believe me, that money was just out, in and out, because I was paying salaries. I had contractors out and everything. And in the end, I think our profits were 8%, which was quite good. But I was factoring the accounts. I was paying insurance. I was paying an office. I had people on my payroll. And, and on and on and on it goes. I had to have QuickBooks online. Well, no, we didn't. Did we have QuickBooks online? But we had QuickBooks then. And so this piece of software. And we had to have a recruiting piece of software. So with all these extra expenses that were part of the business. And so you look at it and you go, there's not much money left over,
I know. And so whenever I talk to businesses, I try to flip it, and I try to say, okay, instead of thinking, how much do I need to sell? Let's go back to, why did you go into business? Why did you have this dream? And what is it that you want to get out of it? So once I start to hear those whys, I think there's even a book, so I'm a big advocate of that book. So the thing that you start to understand is their motivators, and then you can say, let's unpack, how do you get there?
Yes.
And my goal is to help these small business owners have businesses they love, not ones that feel like back-breaking work that's not, it doesn't reward.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So if you're working backwards, I mean, that's the way to do it, right? I want to make this amount of money, and I have this product. So how many products do I have to sell to actually get to that amount of money? And then what's the profit left over? Absolutely. I mean, that's my, foundation, business foundation, and only because I love numbers, right? I mean, I'm the number lady, but because that's what runs your business is the numbers. And so I've seen businesses come in and go out and lose money because they don't think of the aspect of when they do grow. And when something happens and you suddenly sell 400 pieces of product in 3 hours, and then you have to scrabble and get somebody in, and you didn't calculate that expense. It doesn't matter how many products you sell, because the profits are still going to be the same.
I agree with you. And so, my role in the e-commerce world is, where you and I connected is that we had somebody who was doing some Shopify sales and they needed to pull in some pieces of that into QuickBooks. And so, being able to say, here's your Shopify channel, and understanding that there is a method for importing that data into QuickBooks Online to make it valuable. That's that piece that I work in really well, because there's an ecosystem and there's a method to how you want that data to come in, because you don't want junk. No. And so once you have that data that comes in from your e-commerce sales channels, then you can start to say, here's that data. And then here's the rest of my financial story. And then that's whenever you can go, all right, now I understand this number. But if you're just looking at QuickBooks or you're just looking at your sales channel, you don't get it all together. No. And so that's one of those areas that our firm has really focused on, because, as all of everybody here knows, e-commerce has a lot of little hidden pieces to it. The sales tax piece is a big one. People don't exactly know where to plug that in at. The shipping, being able to track all of those different areas. If you can get it in one data source, then you can start looking at it and mapping out a plan.
Yeah, exactly. So if you have QuickBooks Online and you're plugging it into Shopify, for instance, I do know there is a in-between app, right?
There's several, yes.
Yes. And then they're not expensive.
No, they're not. And they do such a good job that, you want that instead of trying to frustrate yourself with some of the free things.
Yes, exactly. You get what you pay for, right? You get what you pay for. So so QuickBooks Online will actually pull that data into your QuickBooks Online. So then you have the real numbers, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the true value of being able to say, I'm working in an online accounting platform like QuickBooks Online, and I'm using sales data that is collected online. And so if you have these two systems that they can talk to each other, that's where you start to be able to make those management decisions. And the faster that you understand your numbers, the more that you start to get familiar with those numbers and they start to have value to you, that's whenever you can make those management decisions. And that's whenever, we've heard all of this before, but whenever you're working in your business, you're not working on your business. And the working on your business is the part where you're actually in that leadership position. You're going places, you're innovators in that spot.
Yes, exactly. And then the world is your oyster, baby.
Right.
So I'm so pleased that you came. I know that Liz is helping some of my customers on shopping on Shopify and in the QuickBooks issue. And I do know that she has done amazing work. They've been so pleased with her. And especially because Susan, for instance, she was growing and she does the whole thing was all over the place. So I know she does amazing work. So anyway, you can work with Liz anytime. If you can't contact her, how can they contact you?
So you want me to put over in chat my website? Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to put in here my email address, and then I'm putting that into chat right now.
And then we can, so this is, as I said, you're the last of the day, and I'm so happy because I can go on my off deck and go and have a glass of wine.
You deserve it.
There we go. So it's accountinglifelineok.com.
Yep. Yep, that's
fabulous. Okay, fabulous. And if you need help and you need help from Liz, you can always contact me. I'll put you in touch with her. And thank you so much for popping in again, Liz. And we will definitely do this again because I want to do a Wednesday live, just interviewing and solving people's problems. So thank you very much for joining me. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
Okay, end of the day. Yes, we made the first day. Woohoo! And so
did it.
Roy's opened the hatch. So that's a good indication that I need to get off the computer. And so it
Shout
has
out to my hubby Roy.
I know, right? It's been so amazing. I mean, these speakers have been so fabulous, right? And so tomorrow,
fabulous. And so many tips that people can act on right away.
I know, right?
Not just fluff, real tips.
No fluff, baby. So tomorrow we've got Christian from
StreamYard
talking about Amazon. We've got Kate talking about wave.com. We've got Adam Moody talking about email sales funnels, and that's something different to what Amit was talking about today. And we have Brian's going to talk about LinkedIn Live, and who else is there? Yeah. And Stefan's going to be talking about photography, and I'll be talking about how to get your Shopify store up and running. Oh, and the piece de resistance is we have a whole panel discussion with real online store owners that are going to talk about their businesses, how they started, and what they would do again.
I love that.
So,
real store owners,
e-commerce, making money. Yes. And Lindsay, happy birthday again. I can't believe she actually came on. But anyway, so let's say bye to everybody and let's go. We'll come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Central
Bye,
time.
everybody.
Bye.
Wave. Bye.